The temperature is hot outside, and the temperature around this matchup is hot and heated, as it's the second all-time matchup between the Marshall County Marshals and the Grayson County Cougars. Grayson County picked up their fifth straight win in the Tobacco Bowl last week. Tonight, they look to go 2-0 as they take on the Marshals of Marshall County. It's a team that they're familiar with that area of the state over the past couple of years, but again, only the second all-time matchup. And a good evening here and welcome to Grayson County High School for tonight's coverage of Grayson County football on K105. Sam Gormley will be joined alongside a little bit later on in the broadcast by the one, the only Mr. Roger Lush. So we'll be excited to bring him in a few moments. I'm not sure when exactly that might happen, but before then, it'll just be me, and we'll get you ready for this matchup. Grayson County picked up that sixth straight 1-0 start with a 14-7 win over Edmonson County last week. 5 straight season openers dating back to the 2017 season. Grayson County will join a new district this year with Bullitt Central, Moore, North Bullitt, and Seneca. And in that district, Grayson County was picked second in the Courier-Journal's poll and fourth in the Cat's Paws poll. Marshall County opened the season with a 55-13 loss on the road at Bethlehem. The Eagles are coached by Keith Graham, who was previously the head coach at Grayson County. And to add to that, Brian Jones passed Keith Graham on the all-times win list last week for Grayson County head coaches. So kind of this ongoing storyline as the broadcast goes along. Marshals have not won more than 3 games in a season since 2017 and haven't finished above 500 since 2011. Marshall County won the only matchup between the two teams. That was in 2004 at Murray State. They outscored the Cougars 17-0 in the second half of that game. Marshals dropped back down to 5A and joined the district with Apollo, Graves County, Madisonville, Muhlenberg County, and Owensboro. Coming up on our locker room show, we'll introduce you to both teams, talk to the head coach of the Cougars, Brian Jones, and get you ready for all of the action that comes up and more right here on the locker room show on K105.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1-833-8-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day, a movement toward life-saving resources, movement toward advancing research and care, movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
I'm not here to fire you up. If you're not already fired up, you shouldn't be in this room. If this victory isn't worth all you have to give, then leave. But now, right now is your chance to be a part of a victory the world will remember forever. Victory over cancer. This victory isn't just happening. It isn't inevitable.
What does hope mean?
Now is our time, your time. You may save someone you love.
Time is very precious.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Grayson County Cougars are about to take on the Marshals of Marshall County. As coming up here, we're going to introduce you to the Marshall County Marshals. Neeland Jezik is the starting quarterback last week against Bethlehem. He was 7 of 15 for 121 yards, 2 interceptions. He rushed twice, 0 yards in that. Jezik replaces Connor Nix, who was the starting quarterback last year, passed for 656 yards with 5 touchdowns and 16 interceptions. Dalton Hartman attempted 3 passes last week with 1 completion for 20 yards. Aiden Dunnigan went 1 of 1 passing for 41 yards. Jackson Mommet was the leading rusher last week. 5 carries, 40 yards. Luke Weber rushed 5 times for 37 yards. Aiden Dunnigan is the leading returning rusher from last season. He had 430 yards and a team-high 9 touchdowns last year. Last week, rushed 13 times for 27 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Luke Nimmo also carried 5 times for 19 yards. Cameron Brown was the leading receiver last week, pulled in 4 catches for 107 yards. He is the favorite target of Jezik for sure. Torrin Redmond had a pair of catches for 47 yards. Mamet had 2 catches for 18 yards. Ethan Weber catch for 10 yards. Scoring offense, 22.5 points per game last season. Had a pair of rushing touchdowns last week. Team has not gone for a 2-point conversion since 2020. They've not converted one since late 2019. Defense has been a struggle for the Marshals. Allowed 55 points last week against Bethlehem. They allowed 36.2 points per game last season. Gave up 236 yards through the air, 296 yards on the ground, including over 10 yards per carry. They did force 1 turnover. Ben Bird recovered the Aiden Dunnigan forced fumble. Dunnigan is the leading tackler from last week. He had 30 total tackles last season. Dalton Hartman will handle the kicking for Marshall County. Grayson County picked up that win against Edmonson County last week. We'll take a break, introduce you to them after this. This is Cougar Football on K105.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, "I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim." Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
Cougar Football on K105.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Grayson County Cougars about to take on the Marshals of Marshall County. Colby Chafin's the starting quarterback for Grayson County. Last week, 6 of 11 for 68 yards and an interception. He rushed 11 times for 29 yards. Caden Hanshaw had a big game last week for Grayson County. He was the leading rusher, 15 carries, 134 yards and a touchdown. That's an average of just under 9 yards per attempt. Jaron Van Meter, one of the main playmakers for Grayson County, he left the game with an injury last week, 3 rushes for 5 yards and a touchdown. He's expected to play tonight, and he's expected to play pretty much his normal role. You might not see him in special teams, but other than that, Jaron is going to be rolling and ready to go. Ethan Mudd, who also left with an injury in that game, 3 carries for 12 yards. Kenton Cornwell led the team with 3 catches last week for 35 yards. Hanshaw had a pair of catches for 13 yards. Grayson Chafin's pulled in a big catch, one of them for 20 yards last season. He was the leading receiver for 18 catches for just under 200 yards. Jaden Kinney is the second leading receiver. The tight end had 15 catches for 144 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was targeted once last week. Scored only 14 points. It was the fewest points in a win since the 2018 season opener here against Hancock County. And primarily those 14 points was because they struggled in the red zone. 2 of 5 in the red zone. To put things in perspective, all of last season they were 20 of 26. Defensively, only allowed 7 points. In the 4 wins last year that Grayson County had 8 points per game, and in the losses, 33 points per game. Allowed only 30 yards through the air against Edmondson. That was only on 2 completions, though, so don't read too much on that. Allowed 184 yards on the ground. About 170 of those came from Michael Mills, who is a very talented running back for Edmondson County. They did force a pair of turnovers. Stephen Lee had forced both of the fumbles. Mason Carroll and Weston Green pulled them in. Grayson County is coached by Brian Jones. We'll take a break, talk to him, get his thoughts on the matchup after this. This is Cougar Football on K105.
Are you ready to help your family get prepared for the unexpected?
Here we go!
Ladybug and Cat Noir know how important it is to be ready, because you never know when Hawkmoth is going to strike or a disaster will hit. And you don't need miraculous powers. Just put those planning skills you already have to good use. Make a plan that will help you and your family be ready when emergencies happen. Ready Kids can help. Get started at ready.gov/kids.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
Look around your home, and there's probably something that was made right here in Litchfield. Leggett & Platt is a worldwide corporation making a wide range of products, including sofa sleeper and reclining hardware assemblies here at home. A portion of your Ashley, Lazy Boy, or England furniture might have been made by one of your neighbors. Join the Leggett & Platt team today. We're a one-shift operation with competitive wages. Our motto is, we work hard so you can rest easy. Leggett & Platt is an equal opportunity, affirmative action, veteran, and disability employer.
On K105.
Welcome back to the halftime. Welcome back to the locker room show here on K105. Sam Gormley joined now by the head coach of the Grayson County Cougars, head coach Brian Jones. Coach, you had the chance to go back watch film from the game against Edmondson County. Did you feel better or worse after watching?
Really about the same. You know, I think we had some key guys go down. Some of their backups went down. Playing a guy at center that hadn't played there a whole lot. And so, I think some of our things were compounded by our situation. And, at the end of the day, I was kind of proud to see our guys fight through the adversity, because that's about as tough a situation I can recall being in as a team in a long time. You're down 3 or 4 guys that play the same position essentially, and gets you pretty deep into the depth chart. So, not really better, not really worse after we watch the film, and just looking for areas that we can get better at.
Kaylor asked you the question after the game last week about saying that there's really no more improvement in an entire season than from week 1 to week 2. How have you seen that improvement in practice?
I think, one, getting some of these guys back healthy throughout the week, but this has been an odd week of practice. It hasn't been a traditional outside, getting your reps outside. We've been in a gym twice, practiced late at night once. To say that we've seen vast improvements, may not be necessarily true, because we've had to really condense things down, not throwing the whole ball out in the gym. We've just really had to battle some more adversity, and that's Mother Nature this time. And so, but I think it's been good for us to try to get some other guys some reps, give some of our guys that are a little banged up some rest. And, so hopefully we've improved, at the things that we think we're good at and can be good at, and then we'll expand on some things maybe next week when the weather improves.
Our offensive player of the week last week was Kenton Cornwell, coming in, filling some of those voids because of some of the injured players. How has he been a guy that has improved from his freshman year to his senior year right now?
Well, I'll be honest, a year or two ago, he came here to the office one day after practice, and he said, Coach, he said, what can I do, to get better, to play more? want to play more, those kinds of things. And that's when we first looked at moving him positions. He went from being a defensive back to more of an outside linebacker. And then offensively, we kind of expanded upon his role and tried to get him to learn multiple positions just so he was kind of the jack of all trades on that side of the ball. And so, maturity, work ethic, all those things I think he's grown tremendously in. And then just an ultimate team player. He's willing to play wherever he can play to contribute to the success of the group. And so that means him knowing multiple positions sometimes. It means him going in on special teams and different things like that. He just wants to play, and that's kind of what you want out of a guy. And he's really bought into that. Know as much as I can know because I'm more marketable that way. So, I think you'll continue to see him play different positions throughout the year where we need him. He's kind of a backup at 3 or 4 or 5 different spots, and so wherever we need him, that's where he plays that week.
Last night, really cool event put together by the Alumni Association. Coach Mick Caba came and spoke and gave a great talk. I got to talk to him beforehand as well. What was that like for you, but also for your team?
I think, one, it was, nice feeling for those guys to go in a room and, they got their jerseys on and everybody's kind of, knows who they are due to them wearing jerseys and everything. I think it's just a good feeling to step into a room and people look at you and, wishing you luck for tomorrow night's game and different things like that. So I think from that aspect, it was kind of a cool experience. I think they had the opportunity to meet some guys that had big roles in this program over, 50 years. And so that's a cool experience. For me, I've heard plenty of stories about Grayson County football, whether they come from Coach Smart or about Coach Embry and different situations. But, all the way back in the beginning is something that I hadn't heard a whole lot about. And so it was nice to hear Coach Caba's take on, how the program got started and everything. And very interesting. It was a huge success. I mean, the room was packed, and I think they raised quite a bit of money and for the scholarship and different things like that, donated some to the Booster Club here. And so all in all, I'll be honest, I got done with it at the end of the night. I was thinking, man, we got to do this every year, Of course, it probably wouldn't go over as well as if you were doing it every year, but really, really cool experience for sure.
Heat is something you've touched on, and it's going to be a factor tonight. And it could be something that whichever team deals with it the best might come out on top tonight. As a coach, do you have to coach differently when you have extreme temperatures?
Yeah, I think you got to keep an eye on, different guys and trying to, monitor their pitch count per se. And, so we've got a lot of guys that play both ways. One of the things we've looked at this week is, how they're playing on different special teams and different things like that, just to make sure that we're getting some breaks in there and getting guys off the field in some situations where we can afford it, to make sure we're hydrating, different things like that. I also have contacted a few people in the Booster Club to try to have some things here ready at halftime, so that we can try to fuel up as much as we can and hydrate and stuff during the break. I do think there's some things that we will have to look at and do differently to not run ourselves in the ground. That's something we've kind of hung our hat on, I think, for a number of years, as being in good shape. And so I would love the opportunity to kind of wear them out, but in the process can't wear ourselves out either.
Marshall County fits that role of an unfamiliar opponent. If you probably went out there and asked your guys to point Marshall County out on a map, probably wouldn't be able to do it, probably wouldn't be able to tell you their nickname. But at the same time, you could say probably the same thing in Marshall County and ask them about Grayson County, and they'd probably not know either. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's no preconceived notion that they're good, bad. I think everybody's pretty indifferent. We have definitely tried to talk them up some. They've got a huge roster. They've got some really big players. And I think they'll probably look at this game as an opportunity for them. And we wanted to portray it as an opportunity for us as well. I do think at times that it's good to have some of those games where you don't know a whole lot. You get in some situations in district play like we have over the last few years, and Owensboro, and you go down there and there's just that preconceived, like, oh my gosh, kind of deal. We don't deal with that here in Marshall because we hadn't seen them. I don't know if Grayson and Marshall have ever played, to be honest. It's good to play somebody different. I think it's fun. I think it should be a competitive game for them and us. So maybe it's, somebody that's the start of a new common opponent for us. But always, I think, sometimes good to not know a whole lot about your opponent and just worry about yourself and what are the things that we can control. Because if they've got the number one running back in the state, there ain't anything we can do about it anyways. We got to control what we do and try to impose our will on them.
How do you win?
Control the line of scrimmage. I think we got to run the ball well, win the time possession, win the turnover battle. But first and foremost, establish a good running game, get that clock running, keep them off the field.
Coach, good luck. More on the Locker Room Show comes up after this.
Look around your home, and there's probably something that was made right here in Litchfield. Leggett & Platt is a worldwide corporation making a wide range of products, including sofa sleeper and reclining hardware assemblies here at home. A portion of your Ashley, Lazy Boy, or England furniture might have been made by one of your neighbors. Join the Leggett & Platt team today. We're a one-shift operation.
Marshall County are about ready to get underway here in tonight's game, and since Kaler's not here, we don't necessarily have a keys to the game. Kaler's keys can't be done without Kaler being here, but I think is that they have to control what they can control the line of scrimmage, continue to play smart, and do what they can do to win the game. Grayson County against Marshall County is the biggest thing here in the world. They just got to focus on what they can focus on. And again, it just seems like it's the most simple thing in the entire world.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, "I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim." Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
Look around your home, and there's probably something that was made right here in Litchfield. Leggett & Platt is a worldwide corporation making a wide range of products, including sofa sleeper and reclining hardware assemblies here at home. A portion of your Ashley, Lazy Boy, or England furniture might have been made by one of your neighbors. Join the Leggett & Platt team today. We're a one-shift operation with competitive wages. Our motto is, we work hard so you can rest easy. Leggett & Platt is an equal opportunity, affirmative action, veteran, and disability employer.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
Grayson County has to take the field here at Grayson County High School as it is just about 2 minutes away from kickoff. Marshall County has won the toss. They want the football to start against Grayson County as the Cougars are in that tunnel right now. If you're watching on K105 Digital Productions, we hope that you will see them run out onto the field as the Cougars here are looking to move to 2-0 on the season. Marshall County with a record of 0-1. Marshall County opened up the year last week with a loss to Bardstown Bethlehem. That score was a final score of 55-13. As Edmonson County 14-7 was the final score for Grayson County to win that game against to win the Tobacco Bowl for the 5th straight season. The Cougar Band is here as well. It's warm, it's toasty, but the Cougs are getting ready to take the field here at Cougar Stadium. In fact, you can see them coming down the hill if you're watching on K105 Digital Productions. If you're listening on the radio and wanting to know how to watch, just go to K105 on YouTube, and you'll be able to watch tonight's broadcast completely free thanks to our sponsors. There are the Cougars taking the field right now, ready to roll. Again, Marshall County has won the toss. They want the football here in today's game. Sam Gormley with you on the call. We'll be joined a little bit later on by our good friend Roger Lush. He is wrapping up the Alumni Association's tailgate, and they're doing and part of their tailgate is the donation to the canned food drive. So they're having that before the game. Roger's going to wrap that up, and he's going to run on up here, throw the headset on, and join us here in the booth. Kaylor Decker is had another commitment tonight, so he couldn't make it. I'm sure he'll be here at some point. But regardless, we're about ready to roll here between Grayson County and Marshall County. Should be a great matchup here. There's zeros on the scoreboard. The head official for tonight's game is Mr. Mike Moritz. He's the white hat walking back as we get ready to roll. Grayson County debuting brand new jerseys tonight as well. As you might have seen them when they ran onto the field, they're navy blue with the orange numerals. And I know that I was talking with one of the players, and they said that the biggest thing with them is that they're tight. So he said it gets to show off the guns that way, which, again, for a football player, when you're 16, 17 years old, that's really all that you want. It'll be Lane Beasley to kick for Grayson County from left to right on your radio dial. And back deep to return for Marshall County is going to be Mommet. Waiting for the official to blow the whistle, and we will be ready to roll here in this opening game of the brand new season. For the home season, that is, for Grayson County. Lane Beasley's hand is in the air, and here he comes. He'll kick it away. It's a short little pooch kick that's going to take a bounce at the 35-yard line. It's caught on the bounce at the 33, breaking tackles, but Jimmy Lear comes in to bring down the upback who returned the kick. And Grayson County's defense will take the field here in just a moment with the starting quarterback for Marshall County of Neeland Jezik. 7 of 15, 121 yards, a pair of interceptions last week. Officially, Marshall County will get the football at the 36-yard line of their own. Grayson County picked up the win last week against Edmonson County. Marshall County lost to Bardstown Bethlehem 55-13. It'll be Jezik in the gun. He's a running back on each side of him. Marshall County in the white jerseys with the orange pants and the orange helmets. You got a battle between two orange teams here. Mommet is to his left. And it is going to be Mommet on the give. Sweeps across the right side of the play. He runs to the line of scrimmage. Jaron Van Meter, one of the first men in there to make the tackle. It's maybe a gain of 1 yard across that far side of the field. The starting lineup for the Grayson County defense for the Cougars. Defensive line, Ethan Mudd, Weston Green, Matthew Phillips, Sawyer Drake. You have Jaron Van Meter, Conrad Raymond, Hubery, Kenton Cornwell, and your secondary of Hanshaw, Chaffins, and Carroll. That's how they line up here. It's actually a gain of about 2 yards for Marshall County. 2nd down and 8 from the 38-yard line in the gun. Handoff right up the middle. It's to Dunnigan across that far side. Breaks a tackle, swings across the far side, gets up to about the 45-yard line near the first down marker. Dunnigan uses an extra burst of speed, and he's right at the stick. So they're going to move him. No, it looks like he is about inches short. No, they're going to move it at the last second. First down, Marshall County. As he gets it up to the 46-yard line. At first, I thought they were going to call that 3rd down in inches. So the Marshals pick up a first down on their first drive here of this game. Mommet had 5 carries, 40 yards. Dunnigan had only 27 rushing yards on 13 attempts last year. We got the pistol formation, pitch out to the far side of the field. It's Dunnigan. He's got speed across the far side, up the far sideline. He's got space to work. A penalty flag comes flying in as across the far sideline, a tackle was made by Raymond for Grayson County, but I believe this one is going to be coming back as it was a toss play out to the far side, and it is going to be a holding called against the Marshals, and that is going to drive them backwards. But the Marshals are running with success early on in the game. This Grayson County defense, it was really boom or bust as far as defending against the run. The ball will be moved back to the 41-yard line. It'll end up turning out to be only a 5-yard holding penalty. So it'll be a first down and 15. Ball placed in the Marshall County 41-yard line. Weber will join Jezik in the backfield. Shifting in motion from the far side to the near side. It'll be a handoff to Weber across the far side. And he'll go up towards the original line of scrimmage, a pickup of about 5 yards. That'll bring up second down and 10 for the Marshals of Marshall County. Weber, you've got both Webers for Marshall County. Both Ethan and Luke will run the ball at different periods. As Jezik gets the play call from the head coach, Steve Etheridge. Etheridge came from McCracken County, where he served as the offensive coordinator when the Mustangs had it rolling a couple of years ago. He's in his 4th season with a record of 9-23. Jezik in the gun. Man shifts from the left side to the far side. Jezik will pass, steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle. High catch is made at the 40-yard line. First down, Marshall County, brought in by Jordan Clapp. Heck of a catch over the middle on a pass that was way over his head. He comes in and brings it down to the 39-yard line. That's a pickup of about 15 yards and a first down for Marshall County. No score between the Marshals and the Cougars. 9 minutes and 24 seconds left here in the opening quarter of play from Grayson County High School. Marshall was behind the sticks to start the drive, but turns it out and picks it up. Luke Weber will be in the pistol formation behind the quarterback, Jezik, about 4 yards behind him. Mamet shifts in motion. It's a pitch down to Weber down to the near side of the field, gets outside the numbers and is shoved out of bounds on the play by Mason Carroll. Coming across the near side of the field, and it looks like no gain on the run. Maybe a gain of 1 if they're feeling generous. And looks like our officials are feeling just a little bit generous as it gets down to the 38-yard line. Second down and 9 will come up for the Marshals. 9 minutes left here in the first quarter of play. No score between Marshall County and Grayson County. It's only the second all-time matchup. These two teams played back in 2004 at Murray State. 7-7 at halftime, but the Marshals outscored the Cougars 17-0 in the second half of play. In the gun, 2 men shift from the left side of the line to the right side of the line. Kevin Embry, the defensive coordinator, saw something. It's a handoff on the give right up the middle, lowering the shoulder and diving forward down to the 34-yard line on the run was Nimmo. And he'll pick up a couple of yards. Looks like a gain of about 4 to the 34-yard line. Third down and 4, and you got to imagine this is 4-down territory for Marshall County. It's Grayson County defense trying to get off the field. And really, whichever offense can control the line of scrimmage and keep the defense on the field has a big advantage. It is very hot, even though this game started 30 minutes. I mean, my watch says it's 90 degrees. Shifting in motion is Dunnigan. He rips it away from the running back, Jezik. Across the far side, he's got the first down and more. Van Meter brings him down from behind, but not before a pickup of about 8 yards. Tackled out of bounds, and that'll be another first down for Marshall County. Down to the 26-yard line. Not the greatest start in the world for this Grayson County defense. Kevin Embry, the defensive coordinator, back for his second year. He's got the hat on backwards, which Kaylor told me off air. Kaylor Decker told me off air last week. That means he's in the game, like he's focused. Nimmo will be to the left of the quarterback. Jezik trips down here to the near side. Jezik gives it to Nimmo across the far side of the field. Big hole right up the middle. First down and more down inside the 15-yard line. Brought down on the play by Van Meter for Grayson County, but not before. It's another first down, 12-yard pickup for Marshall County. Not a good start for the orange and blue already here here in this game. Marshals last week only had 133 yards on the ground, 32 attempts, 4.2 yards per carry. They're slowly moving down the field here on this drive. Two tight ends shift to the left side of the line. Bad snap, pitch down here to the near side to Mamet. He breaks a tackle. It's actually Dunnigan. He's inside the 10-yard line, inside the 5. He's going to be tackled. And inside the goal, near the goal line is Dunnigan. Down to the 4-yard line. It's a 10-yard pickup and a first down for Marshall County. This next play will be play number 10 on the drive for the Marshals as they're driving all the way down the field. First down and goal, or it's actually no, second down and 1 from about the 4-yard line. As they're going to say he was a yard short, as it's second really in inches. In the gun goes Jezik. Mamet shifts to the far side of the field. It's to Dunnigan on the give. Up across the right side. Is he short? He is. Down to the 1-yard line. 3 yards for the Marshals. And it'll be first down and goal from the 1-yard line for Marshall County. .6:18 left in the first quarter of play. It's been a great first drive if you're wearing Marshall County orange. Not great if you're wearing Grayson County orange. Mamet in the gun, Nimmo to his left. Be a handoff, right side, Nimmo is into the end zone. Touchdown, Marshall County. It's a 1-yard touchdown run for Nimmo. And the Marshals strike first. Nimmo gets his first rushing touchdown of the season with 6:01 left here in the opening quarter of play. On to attempt the extra point. This season has been Hartman. They're doing this odd formation that Grayson County has done at times, where they have the entire offensive line down to the left side and everyone else. No, they're actually going to go for 2. It's the first time they've gone for 2 in 3 years. Running over to the far side of the field. Nothing going. Grayson County not fooled. Marshall County had not gone for 2 since 2020. They go for 2 here and do not get it. 6:01 left in the first quarter of play. 6-0 Marshall. This is Cougar football on K105.
The governor has declared a state of emergency, and evacuation is now underway as the storm approaches. The National Weather Service has issued a warning as it monitors the storm. Move to the following counties their fortune sequence.
Convoy of Hope is ready to help you prepare for the next storm. Visit convoy.org/prepare.
We had an MRI, and then all of a sudden this doctor comes in and he says to us, we have the potential here for a catastrophic event.
And he looked scared.
He looked terrified. And he's like, we got to operate now. It just all changed. Life changed.
Bryce is one of the 47 children per day who are diagnosed with cancer. Today's treatments aren't enough. To watch the rest of Bryce's story, visit childrenscancer.org/story.
Grayson County trails 7-0, or 6-0, 6:01 left to play here in the first quarter. Not a good drive at all for the orange and blue. And if you're wearing Marshall County orange, you got to be very happy as it just kept moving and moving and moving, and the Cougar defense had absolutely no answer. It'll be Marshall County to kick before the Grayson County offense comes out onto the field. And it's not Hartman that'll be back to kick it. Instead, it is a different player. It is Logan Parker, and it is a booming kick that goes into the end zone. A touchback to start. I mean, that was a no-doubter about 5 yards deep into the end zone for Logan Parker, and Grayson County is going to get their first offensive possession of the game. Colby Chiefins will lead the Cougars out last week. Starting quarterback, 6 of 11, 68 yards, an interception. He rushed 11 times for 29 yards. It's Caden Hanshaw, the freshman, in his debut, 15 carries for 134 yards and a touchdown. That's almost 9 yards an attempt. Jaron Van Meter, kind of that do-it-all guy in the backfield. He left with an injury early, and because of that, really had very little attempts. Spreading it out, trips down here to the near side, one wide receiver to the far side, placed in the 20-yard line. Hanshaw joins Chaffins in the backfield. It'll be Hanshaw on the give, right up the middle, stutter steps, and is wrapped up immediately. He was hit as he tried to juke out to that far side of the field. There was nothing working, no gain for Hanshaw on his first touch of the game. Great start for the Marshals of Marshall County here. Maybe they give Hanshaw half a yard. Kinney, Van Meter, Carroll down here to the near side. Chaffins all alone to the far side. Hanshaw remains in the backfield to the left of the junior quarterback, Colby Chaffins. Chaffins on the option run to the left side, dives up to about the 25-yard line. He kept it himself. Picks up about 4 yards on the dive. I'll bring up third down and about 5.5 for Grayson County. Well, we have a penalty flag, holding called against the Cougars. That's going to drive it back, and it'll keep it at second down. This has been an ugly start to the game for Grayson. And a holding penalty will push this ball further back and make this second down and very long. So they're going to end up pushing this all the way back to the, looks like about the 12 or the 13-yard line. So it'll be second down and 17 after what turns out to be about a 7-yard holding penalty. What is Brian Jones, the head coach for Grayson County in season number 4, 14-17? He became the third all-time winningest coach in Grayson County football history last week. What does he have drawn up here? Van Meter joins the running backs in the backfield. It'll be Van Meter right up the middle. He runs into a wall at the 15-yard line and is driven backwards. Marshall County was not fooled at all with the misdirection runs. 2 yards on the run for Van Meter. It'll be third down and very long for Grayson. 3rd and 15 to be exact. Third down and 15. Chaffins in the gun. A pair of wide receivers on each side of him. Grayson County needs to get the ball to the 30-yard line. They got 15 yards to go. Chaffins to pass. Steps up in the pocket, lets it fly over the middle, and he overthrows, and it's almost intercepted. Goes in and out of the hands of Gavin Clark. Jaron Van Meter pretty much had to play as a DB there and making sure that Clark didn't get the interception. And it'll turn out to be a 3-and-out for Grayson County, and they're going to be forced to punt, and Marshall County is going to get good field position. Lane Beasley had one punt last week. It's about 43 yards. It was a good punt for the sophomore who has really picked up the punting position. It's not like it's natural to him whatsoever. Looks like it is going to be Mamet to return as he stands back at the Grayson County 44-yard line. Good snap. He gets it off, almost blocked. It's a good punt. Caught back at about the 50-yard line, and it's a fair catch. So it turns out to be about a 35-yard punt all the way back to the 50-yard line for Grayson County. But there is a penalty flag on the play. All the way thrown back at the line of scrimmage. And is this running into the punter? We'll have to see. Multiple flags on the field. Personal foul called against the Marshals. First down, Cougars. Huge sequence there. As it should be an automatic first down. I believe I saw personal foul, so I guess it was running into the punter. That here, now if you're Grayson County, you have got to score. Marshall County just gave you a gift. It is a first down. In fact, this ball is going to be moved. Well, now where are they putting it? Is the offense still on the field for Grayson? The ball's still placed at the 50. Well, maybe not. The defense is on the field. Did we not see them point? Maybe it was offsetting penalties. Oh, I guess it was a holding on the return for Marshall County. So it's still going to be Marshall County football. I thought I saw the officials say that it was a personal foul, but no, it's a holding. Must have been holding on one of the gunners. Marshall is going to end up getting the football with 4:01 to play here in the first quarter and a 6-1 lead placed on their own 35-yard line, almost an identical spot to where they started their first drive that ended and a Luke Nimmo 1-yard touchdown run. 6-0. Marshals lead Grayson. The defense, not good for Grayson County on that first drive. Well, now the officials are getting back together. Oh, they're switching the footballs. They had a Grayson County football out there, so Marshall County's going to toss in their ball. It'll be first down and 10, placed on the 35-yard line for the Marshals. Shifting in motion, it'll be a handoff on the give. Sweep play near side of the field, outside the numbers at the 35-yard line. Nice tackle from behind. Mommet was on the run. And a good tackle wrapping up by, I think that was Jaden Kinney that came in there. Nice tackle by Kinney, coming downhill to make it, playing in that linebacker position. Still a pickup of about 3 yards up to the 38-yard line. Second down and 7. Kinney is somebody that hasn't played a lot of defense this year in the young season, but clearly has been shifted into one of those inside linebacker positions. Conrad Raymond was a game-time decision, and I don't see him out there right now. Misdirection handoff. No, it's actually, yes, it is to the far side of the field. We got a penalty flag thrown. Breaking tackles across the far side. It's a first down on the run for Clapp for Marshall County, but I believe this one is going to be coming back. And I did actually think I did see Conrad Raymond in the game on the far side of the field, and it is a penalty on Marshall County. Official was a little quick to bring it to us. Let's see if he'll give it to us one more time. He pointed towards Marshall. I didn't quite see what the exact penalty is. You got to assume, though, it was probably a hold. They're moving him back. And he's not going to tell us again. Marshall will put this ball back at about the 26-yard line. About 2nd and 18. For the Marshals. In the gun with a running back to the right, a wide receiver on each side. To pass, throwing over the middle is Jezik, intercepted by Grayson County. Jaden Kinney has it across the far side of the field to the 35, outside the numbers to the 30, and he's shoved out of bounds inside the 25-yard line. Kinney with the interception, and the Cougs have the football. They needed a big play, and Kinney comes down with it. Officially, the ball is going to be placed in the red zone at the 19-yard line of Marshall County. You needed a big play, and the junior steps up. Now let's see if Grayson County can punch one into the end zone. First down and 10 from the 19-yard line. I formation. Chaffins will go under center. Be a handoff to Van Meter, who acted as a fullback, dives forward. He continues to pull the pile down to about the 15-yard line, maybe even to the 14 on the run for Jaron Van Meter. And it's amazing what one big play can do to a team. Down to the 14-yard line. Kinney comes away with the interception. Grayson County will have it 2nd down and 5 from the 14-yard line. We mentioned that Kinney hadn't been in the game a lot defensively, and he comes away with 2 big plays, a big tackle and the interception. Same formation. Chaffins under center. This time it's a handoff to Hanshaw. He goes up the middle, breaks one tackle, sidesteps one, gets down to about the 10-yard line, gain of 4 yards, and it'll be 3rd down and 1 for Grayson County. And you better believe that the Cougars are going to be going for it here. If they don't get it, Mason Carroll shifts off. An extra lineman checks into the game for Grayson County. I believe that was Caleb Hubery that came in. Hanshaw, the deep back. An extra blocker as well in there. 3rd down and 1 for Grayson County from the 10-yard line. Handoff Hanshaw, waits, goes up the middle. He's got the 1st down, maybe only an extra yard on top of that. But it's down to the 9-yard line. But enough for a 1st down, Cougars. First down and goal from the 9-yard line for Grayson County. 1 minute, 22 seconds left here in the first quarter of play. Marshall County leads 6-0. They scored on their opening drive. Sawyer Drake, in fact, is a blocker in the backfield for Grayson County. Chaffins remains under center. Handoff up the middle, going in is Jaron Van Meter. Touchdown, Cougars! Van Meter pulls it in from 9 yards out, and we are tied up here at 6 on the touchdown run by Jaron Van Meter. His second touchdown of the season. 1:03 left here in the first quarter. And on to attempt the extra point is Lane Beasley. Van Meter will hold. Beasley was 0 for 1 on his extra points last week. Good snap, good hold. The kick is long enough, and he put it through. Grayson County leads 7-6 now with 1:03 left here in the first quarter of play. Jaron Van Meter gets the touchdown off of the interception by Jaden Kinney, and the Cougs have their first lead of the game. It is amazing what one play can do to turn the tide for a team that it did not start well at all for Grayson County. Sam Gormley here with you tonight, though. Appreciate you taking the time to tune in to tonight's broadcast. Remember to hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. We'll be joined a little bit later on in the broadcast by Roger Lush from the Grayson County Football Alumni Association. I know he's kind of politicking out there right now, picking up some canned foods and so on.
The governor has declared a state of emergency, and evacuation is now underway as the storm approaches. The National Weather Service has issued a warning as it monitors this storm, including the following counties that are fortunately.
Top 1:03 left here in this first quarter of play. Beasley to kick. Last time he did a little pooch kick that was dropped where nobody is standing for Marshall County. It's kind of interesting that they're all expecting more of an onside kick where Beasley's kind of been in about the 35-yard range. Let's see if Beasley will try and put it right there. Here comes the kick. It's again a little pooch kick, this time running up and catching it at the 31-yard line. At the 35, and immediately breaking a tackle across the far side of the field. Space to work. He's across the 45, bounces it out to the 50, and being wrapped up by Van Meter. Across the far side of the field, it was Blaze Brown, the senior for Marshall County, somehow kept that play going. And looks like the Marshals are going to get the football in positive territory to the 49-yard line. Turn out to be about a 20-yard return. Marshall County trying to answer here with 53.6 seconds left here in our opening quarter. First down and 10. Marshals just threw an interception on their last drive. Handoff, keeping it on the ground. Sweep play left side. Big hole for Brown. He breaks a tackle, and that's going to be a house call. Inside the 10-yard line is Weber. Touchdown, Marshall County. A 49-yard touchdown run. Run in by Luke Weber, and the Marshals answer this game. They're going to stick with this weird formation where the line is down here to the near side, and they have a kicker lined up in the backfield. This time, back there is Redman and Clapp. They snapped it last time. Now the line is going to shift, and it looks like is the kicker Hartman going to join? Logan Parker, rather, is going to take the kicks this time. Hartman was the kicker last week. Parker appears to be the player taking the kick here. Place down, the kick's up. It's long enough. And he put it through. Marshall County takes a 13-7 lead here with 43.9 seconds left in the opening quarter. The Cougars answered, but Marshall County had the right hook right back to retake the lead.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates,
.9 seconds on the clock here in this first quarter. See how Grayson County can answer this. Back deep to return, Mason Carroll and Caden Hanshaw. They're standing all the way back at the 5-yard line. They're respecting the leg of Parker, and it's another booming kick. Goes over the head of Hanshaw and into the end zone. Weber has got himself a heck of a leg out there for the Marshals. And Grayson County's offense will get back out onto the field for their third drive of the game. First drive, not great. Second drive, ended in 6. And the extra point. But the second drive had a lot better field position. The last drive started exactly where they are right now at the 20-yard line. These two teams have met only once in the history. Back in 2004, game played at Murray State. Marshals won that game 24-7. In the gun, we'll go Chaffins here to start this drive. First down and 10 from the 20. He'll hand it off to Hanshaw. Left side, Hanshaw breaks a tackle, lowers the shoulder, and is spiked down onto the ground. As he gets to about the 25-yard line, he was picked up and thrown down across the far side of the field. Might have been by Luke Owen, one of the defensive ends for the Marshall, to be a pickup of about 4 yards to the 24-yard line. And that might be the final play of the quarter. Grayson County will not have to snap it again if they don't want to, but Chaffins is going to run out there. So we'll have to see what Brian Jones will call. You got about 10 seconds left here in the first quarter of play. 13-7. Will Grayson County snap it? They won't need to, and it doesn't appear that they will. 3-2-1. That's the end of the first quarter of play. Grayson County trails Marshall County 13-7. This is Cougar Football on K105.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim. Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
Grayson County trails 13-7 as we start the second quarter of play from Grayson County High School. Sam Gormley with you here on the call on what is a hot and steamy night here at Grayson County High School in the second all-time matchup between these two schools. And we've seen some offense already. Grayson County's defense came up with a turnover that was turned into their points, but Marshall County, some big plays, including the 49-yard touchdown run by Luke Weber. The second down, about 6 for Grayson County, placed at the 24-yard line, their own 24 here to start the second quarter of play. Now we're shifting from right to left on your radio dial. Chaffins throws, intercepted, right up the middle on the screen play, and that's going to be a pick 6. Right up the middle, touchdown Marshall County. Luke Owen about a 20-yard pick six. And this game has gone from bad to worse for Grayson County. The Marshals were ready for the screenplay, read it to perfection, and they now have themselves a 19-7 lead pending an extra point. They're again going with this weird formation. And now shifting in with Parker to attempt the extra point. Parker has got himself a heck of a leg. I wouldn't stray from letting him kick it. Place down, kicks up, it's long enough, and he put it through. It is 20-7, 11:50 to play here in the first half. Grayson County trails. Cougar football on K105.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
I'm not here to fire you up. If you're not already fired up, you shouldn't be in this room. If this victory isn't worth all you have to give, then leave. But now, right now is your chance to be a part of a victory the world will remember forever. Victory over cancer. This victory isn't just happening. It isn't inevitable.
What does hope mean?
Now is our time, your time.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Marshals of Marshall County lead the Cougars 20-7, 11:51 to play here in the first half of play. Not good for Grayson County, just a pick six a few seconds ago, and a booming kick by Parker across the far side is going to go out of bounds, and it'll turn into another touchback, and Grayson County is going to get the ball at their own 20-yard line. For Grayson County, they had one drive that ended in a touchdown, but other than that, it's not been good. Last one was about a 20-yard interception return for a touchdown for Marshall. Biggest thing here for Grayson is just need to good play here, get positive yardage, gain some momentum back, because momentum is all the way on the other sideline. You've been punched in the mouth. How do you react? That's big to see how the Cougars do in this one. In the gun goes Chaffins. Trips to the far side. It'll be a kept by Chaffins right up the middle, and he breaks one tackle, and he's slung down up at about the 26-yard line. It'll be a 6-yard pickup on the read option run up the middle for Colby Chaffins. (20-7, 11:20 left here in the first quarter of play. Marshall County on top, 2nd down and 6. Cougars trying to establish the run game, something they had success with last week against Edmonson County, and Bethlehem last week had success with as well against this Marshall County defense. Trips to the far side of the field. One right receiver here to the near side. It'll be a handoff up the middle to Van Meter. Lowers the shoulder. He's got the first down and more, being driven backwards after he hits about the 32-yard line. 6-yard pickup. First down for Grayson County. Starting to move the chains in a positive direction with 11 minutes left here in the first quarter, the first half of play. First down and 10 for Grayson. Placed on their own 31-yard line. A wide receiver or a running back on each side of Chaffins. Van Meter and Hanshaw in the backfield. Fakes the handoff to Hanshaw, gives it to Van Meter, right side, slips through a couple of tackles, and gets up to about the 34-yard line on the run for the senior Van Meter. Give him about 2 yards. It'll bring up 2nd down and about 7 for Grayson. Timeout taken by Grayson County. 10 minutes and 14 seconds left here in the first half of play here from Grayson County High School. Sam Gormley with you on the call. We want to invite you to join us on Monday evening as the Lady Cougar volleyball team will be taking on Edmondson County. We'll have the coverage on K105 Digital Productions. If you're watching with us, just watch wherever we are. We'll have all of the action of that game for you. And should be a good one. Anytime Grayson County and Edmondson County match up, you know it will be very exciting. And then Grayson County will host McLean County next Friday, 7 o'clock in a matchup between the Cougars. Might be a little bit of an extended timeout as well to get both of these teams some water, as it is very warm out there and very muggy. Out of the timeout, 2nd down and 7 for Grayson, 10-14 left here in the first half of play. Second down and 7 for Grayson County. Bad snap. Chaffins is able to get it. They're setting up the screen again. It's thrown. Van Meter near side at the 40. He slips, but still is able to go out of bounds down to about the 42-yard line. It's about an 8-yard pickup and a first down, Grayson County. So it was a little dump off. It wasn't necessarily a screen. Van Meter came out of the backfield on a little sweep play. And was able to find it for the first completion of this game. First down and 10. 9 minutes, 45 seconds and counting left here in this first half of play. Grayson County trails 20-7 in the eye. Handoff Hanshaw up the middle, breaking one tackle in the backfield. Couldn't get away from the second one. As bringing him down on the play was Luke Owen. We've called his name a lot already today. He had the interception return for a touchdown. They're going to give him 1 yard. Up to the 44-yard line, 2nd down and 9. Carroll and Kinney to the right side. Chaffins and Van Meter down here to the near side. Ball placed in the near hash. Chaffins setting up to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Pump fake rolling out to the far side. Hit as he throws. Complete and incomplete. Goes right into the hands. And it is dropped on the far side of the field. Intended for Jaden Kinney. Hit him in the hands but couldn't pull it in. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 9. So it was a little bit of a high pass. Kinney mistimed his jump just a little bit. And because of that, Chaffins was hit as he threw as well. Probably needs to get rid of that ball just a little bit faster. 3rd down and 9 coming up for Grayson County. 8:50 left here in the first half of action. It'll be in the gun going Chaffins. Hanshaw to his right. Pair of wide receivers on each side. Chaffins again, a 3-step drop, trying to set up the screen again. It's not there, and it is incomplete. He still threw it to Van Meter, and Van Meter was being triple covered on the play, and that's one where Brian Jones just tells Chaffins, you're not going to make that completion. Just throw it away or something on that. You're not going to be able to fit that in, and if it is, you're not going to get any gain on the play. 8:45, Grayson County going to be forced to punt again after the drive had some positive plays. 4th down and 9. Beasley to punt. His last one went about 35 yards. Ended up being about 50 after the penalty. Gets it away. It's another good punt by Beasley. It's caught back and muffed. Ball's out. And did Grayson County come down with it? They did. Muff punt, Cougars ball. Right there to fall on it was Mason Carroll, as dropping it on the play for Marshall County was done again. Huge play here for Grayson. They had an interception earlier in the game and were able to turn it into points. Can they do the same thing here? You've been given a gift to potentially try and come back in the game. You've got to take advantage of it. 8:42 left here in the first half. Grayson's going to get it on the Marshall County 29-yard line. In the gun, all alone. We'll go Chaffins. Van Meter shifts from the far side to the near side. He's going to get it on the jet sweep. He's across the far side, bounces it outside the numbers. He's inside the 25-yard line, tackled from behind as he gets down near the 20-yard line on the run for Jaron Van Meter. And looks like he's going to get about 9 yards, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 1. Second and 2 officially will be it. In fact, it'll be only to about the 21-yard line. Just, in that first quarter of play, Marshall County had a couple of big drives. Jaden Kinney had the interception. Cougars punched in the touchdown. You've been given another gift of a turnover. Got to continue to score off of turnovers in this game. And really, not just in this game. You got to score off of turnovers in any game that you're potentially doing. 2nd down and about 2 for Grayson. In the eye. Handoff Hanshaw. Up the middle. He's inside the 20-yard line. And is wrapped up inside the 20 down to about the 17-yard line. As looks like Landon Dyke came away with a tackle. Give him about 3 down to the 18. Grayson County enters the red zone. Last week, not good. They are 2 of 5. They are 1 of 1 in the red zone tonight. Last time they were there, it was a 9-yard touchdown run by Van Meter. It is enough, though, too, for a first down, more importantly. 7.5 left here in half number 1. 20-7, Marshall County on top of Grayson County. An extra blocker in the backfield for Grayson. Hanshaw on the give, bounces it outside, breaks a tackle, down inside the 15-yard line, tries to keep the pile going, and gets down to about the 11 on the run. Hanshaw picks up 7 yards, and 2nd down and 3 coming up for Grayson. That's what you need to do. Continue to get these positive plays. And if Grayson County can establish the run, good things will happen. Officially, it does look like I keep giving Grayson an extra yard. It's only going to be about 2nd down and 4 for Grayson, but still positive yardage. Again, a handoff and immediately hit in the backfield. And down after the play and not getting up. Slow to get up, I think, is Hanshaw, and I think that was more of just, come on, guys, you got to help me out, is unblocked across the far side of the field. I believe that was Dunnigan coming in and just leveled Hanshaw for a big loss in the play. Back to about the 17-yard line, loss of 5 yards. 6:07 and counting here in this first half. 20-7, Marshall County has the lead. Grayson was not good in the red zone last week. 2 of 5. 3rd down and long here. Got to find a way to score on these red zone opportunities, especially when you're home, especially when you are losing. And we have a delay of game called against Grayson County, and that is the last thing you wanted. Because now you just made 3rd and hard, 3rd and even harder. Because now you're looking at 3rd down and about 12. And Grayson County is going to take a timeout. Brian Jones will take it with 5 minutes and 48 seconds left here in the opening quarter of play. And we saw delay of games be an issue for Grayson County in the scrimmage against Webster County a couple of weeks ago. And it drastically has improved these last 2 weeks, but that's one of those penalties that, Kaylor and I talked about last week of sometimes penalties happen. Sometimes a hold happens. Sometimes a pass interference happens. But there are penalties that you can control. And some of those penalties include delay of games, unsportsmanlike conducts, and so on. You can control that. You've got to do better if you're Grayson County on delay of games, especially when you're losing. Handoff up the middle to Hanshaw, lowering the shoulder, keeps the legs moving, and he gets down near the 1st down marker. Well, maybe not. Looks like they're going to stop him a little bit short. At least the far side official says he's way short. The near side official says he's way short as well. I thought that was a little bit more on the extra effort Hanshaw gets it down to about the 13-yard line. It's about a 9-yard pickup, but you're looking at 4th down and about 4 or 5 for Grayson. Will Grayson go with another opportunity missed in the red zone tonight? Fourth down and 5. This is a big play. You got to get a first down if you're Grayson. You're down 20-7. It'll be a handoff Hanshaw. He goes up near sideline, and he's short. He gets to the 10. He needed to get to the 8, and that'll be a turnover on downs. And a missed opportunity in the red zone turns into possession Marshall County. A turnover turns into 0 points for Grayson when they had it at the 29. And that is not great. Looks like they'll say at the 11-yard line, Marshall County will have it. And if you're Grayson, you get the ball to start the second half. You can't allow them to score here. Can't allow them to get any points. Because that could be almost, making this game a whole lot harder before it needs to be. Jezik in the gun from left to right on the radio dial. On the give, handoff near side, turning back upfield, ball's out. Nimmo drops it on the ground, but looks like Marshall may have gotten it. The ball popped out. Marshals get it, but it's a loss of 2 yards back to the 9-yard line. Grayson almost got another gift. Couldn't turn it out to be anything. 2nd down and 12. 4:42 left here in the first half. I'm not entirely sure why the clock isn't running. It should be, unless they called that a pass. The clock should be running. It should be. Okay, now they're going to run the clock. In the gun, and we're going to have a penalty flag thrown. And false start, illegal procedure called against the Marshals. And that's going to be half the distance to the goal for Marshall County. Be back to the 4-yard line. And this drive is going in the right direction if you're a Grayson County fan. 4:29 and counting left here in this first half of play. 20-7. It's been all Marshals here in this game. Grayson County's had 2 takeaways. Only one of them they were able to turn into points. 1 of 2 in the red zone. Now in the season, Grayson County is 3 of 8 in the red zone. In the gun. Man shifting in motion. Be a handoff on the sweep across the far side. Weber wrapped up, tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Great play, Jaron Van Meter. First one to make contact. And looks like a loss of 1 yard back to the 3-yard line. Brian Jones has 1 timeout remaining. There's still 3:50 left. Be interesting to see if he might use that and when he might use that. Will he save it on offense or will he use it if you can get a stop here? 3rd down and about 17 will come up here for Marshall County. Placed back at their own 3-yard line. Jezik in the gun. Trips down here to the near side of the field. Jezik to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He's just going to let it fly down the far sideline, and it is incomplete. Broken up on the far side of the field by Caden Hanshaw. He had a chance at the pick, but couldn't pull it in. A little slow to get up, but appears that he is okay on the far side, and that'll bring up 4th down. That might not be the worst thing in the world. Is you could tell Jezik was just throwing deep because it's 5th interception. It's pretty much just a punt. If Hanshaw would have intercepted it, they would have gotten it at about the 40. We'll see where they end up getting this punt here because they're going to add an extra blocker back there because the punter is standing back pretty much at the back of the end zone. He will get it away, and it is a short punt. Van Meter is going to catch it at the 38-yard line. He's got a lot of space to work. He's up across the 30-yard line, stutter steps, tries to curl back to the far side of the field, and he shouldn't have done that. He got to the 30, went backwards, back to about the, looks like the 32 or the 33-yard line. And Van Meter will end up only getting about 6 yards. Still good field position for Grayson with 3:13 left here in the first half. Officially placed on the Marshall County 34-yard line. You need points here for the Cougars, especially since you get the ball to start the second half. 2 wide receivers on each side of Chaffins, the quarterback. On the give, Hanshaw up the middle. He has a hole, bounces it outside to the near side. He's to the 30, to the 25, down inside the 20, lowers the shoulder, he gets down to the 10-yard line. What a run by Caden Hanshaw. Officially placed down to the 11-yard line. Grayson needed a big play, and they turn to the freshman for a 23-yard pickup. First down, Cougars. First down and 10. Grayson re-enters the red zone where they have not been good this season. Conrad Raymond is being checked out by trainer Scott Bowman as they look down to my right. Grayson County trying to get back into this football game. They trail 20-7, about 3 minutes left here in the first half. Faking the handoff. Chaffins takes it himself. Spin move at the 10-yard line. Spins down to about the 7 on the quarterback keeper. And Colby Chaffins, and there is a penalty flag on the play, thrown right at the line of scrimmage. And it looks like this is going to be on Grayson. Cougars are moving backwards. And that you can't have when you're in the red zone. Personal foul chop block called against the Cougars. That is a 15-yarder. Brian Jones not thrilled on the sideline with the officials as he's talking to Colby Chaffins. That's going to push the ball all the way back to the 26-yard line. You're now looking at 1st and 25. 2:52 left. Here in the first half. Kinney and Carroll to the right side. Van Meter and Chaffins down to the near side. Hanshaw to the left of Colby Chaffins. Colby Chaffins will pass, setting up the screen. No, he's throwing up the seam. Caught by Van Meter. Dives towards the end zone. He's in. Touchdown, Cougars. 26-yard touchdown pass from Chaffins to Van Meter. Colby Chaffins' first career touchdown pass goes into the hands of his senior teammate, Jaron Van Meter. They needed a big play, and they come away with it. On to attempt the extra point is Lane Beasley. He put it in last time. Van Meter to hold. 20-13 is the score. Good snap, good hold. It's long enough. And he put it through. 2:36 left in the first half, 20-13 Marshals. Cougar football on K105.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1-833-8-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
Cougar football on K105.
Grayson County gets a touchdown, 26 yards from Colby Chaffins to Jaron Van Meter, and it is 20-14 with 2 minutes and 36 seconds left here in the first half. Let's see what Brian Jones does here. You know, has Lane Beasley worked on some onside kicks? Do you do that now? 2:36 left here in the first half. It's 20-14. Beasley to kick away from right to left. And it's a booming kick by Beasley, and a penalty flag is thrown. That must have been a false start on Grayson. False start on the kickoff return. It's thrown by the far side judge, and that stinks because Lane Beasley got a hold of that ball. He kicked it quite a bit. And that's going to push backwards, and that's not what you want if you're Grayson County. You're shooting yourself in the foot again after getting the ball to within 6 points. .236 left in the first half, 20-14. Grayson County trails Marshall County. Jaron Van Meter just pulled in a 26-yard touchdown pass from Colby Chaffins. Beasley kicks. Is another good kick. Over to the far side of the field on a weird hop. It's picked up by Mamet. Across the far side of the field, he lowers his shoulder, runs over a man up that far sideline. Looks like he might have stepped out of bounds across the 30-yard line, and we'll see officially where the ball was spotted as it was in the mass of Marshall County players on that far sideline. As we'll see, it looks like they're going to place it at the 37-yard line, so that turns out to be a pretty good return. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here in the first half of action from Grayson County High School on the 37-yard line. Marshall County's had 2 turnovers in the game. Grayson County has had one. The big turnover for Grayson was a pick 6. That is the difference in the game right now for the Marshals. Marshals have also had a big touchdown of 49 yards to Luke Weber. Shifting in motion is Clapp. Be a handoff on the far side, misdirection, and now almost looking to pass and curling down here to the near side of the field and blown up, hitting the 40-yard line. Jaron Van Meter blows up the running back, Mamet, across the far side of the field. It's a 3-yard pickup, as that was the reverse. And Grayson was not fooled at all. Van Meter played it to perfection. It does turn out to be 3 yards. You got under 2 minutes left here. In this first half of action. Marshall County leads 20-14. Grayson County will get the ball to start the second half. To pass is Jezik, throwing off into the flat. It's complete. Nice tackle and wrapping him up, keeping him in bounds on the play to the 44-yard line. Bring up third down. Braden Mudd comes in to make the tackle of the tight end, Cameron Brown. It's the first time we've called his name tonight. He had 4 catches for over 100 yards last week. As he gets to the 43-yard line, that's a 3-yard pickup. Third down and 4. About 1:10 in the pistol. Jezik, the quarterback. Jezik pitch down here to the near side to Dunnigan. He turns upfield at the 50. He has a blocker in front of him to the 40. Down inside the 35. We have a penalty flag thrown. It's going to come back. Chaffins chases. That'll be a touchdown, Marshall County, but this one will come back. His lead blocker, the wide receiver, had his hands on, I think it might have been Kenton Cornwell. That would have been a 57-yard touchdown run, but it'll be coming back. It is holding called against the Marshals. Be a spot foul. Should turn out to still be a first down. At least it should. We'll see where they'll officially place it. The clock is stopped with 55.2 seconds. Now if you're Grayson, you're probably not getting the ball back. You just want to make sure that you don't give the Marshals a touchdown here. Marshall's going to get it first down, placed at the 42-yard line. So they still do get a big gain. First down and 10. Ball is placed on the 42-yard line of Grayson County. Cougars can't let the Marshals get any points here with 55.2 left in the first half. In the gun will go Jezik, the quarterback. Trips to the left side of the field. Rolling out to the far side is Jezik. He'll pass into the flat. High catch made by Clapp. And no, he dropped it at the end. And that's not the worst thing in the world if you're Marshall County, because you were only going to get 3 yards. The ball would have been in play. And you do have 3 timeouts, so I guess you could have called that. But still, 2nd down and 10. 41.8 seconds on the clock here in the ball game here in this first half, 20-14. First, 2nd down and 10. Here coming up for the Marshals. 1 to the near side, 2 to the left side. Pistol for Jezik. And penalty flag thrown. I think we're going to have some motion and a false start called across the far side. I think that is on Clapp, the tight end. Moves backwards to the 47-yard line, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 15. Trips to the left side of the field. Jezik caught up with Dunnigan behind him. Be a pitch to Dunnigan. He goes across the far side, 2 blockers in front of him. Dunnigan bounces it out to the far side. He's to the 40-yard line. Tries to come back here towards the near side. Breaks a tackle of Raymond, and he stays in bounds down to the 34-yard line. And I got to imagine that's immediately going to be a timeout taken by the Marshals, and it will be. 31.7 seconds on the clock. Dunnigan on the run is going to get to the 34-yard line. That is a 13-yard pickup. We want to invite you to stay tuned in at halftime of today's game. We're going to have a great talk with Mick Caba. Mick Caba was the first ever head coach of the Grayson County Cougars, and we sat down with him yesterday before the alumni banquet. We're going to have a extended talk with him. He built the program. When he came to Grayson County in 1973, there had been no football, and he started programs at Caneyville High School, at Clarkson High School, at Litchfield High School, and in 1974, they played a JV season here at Grayson County High School. This is the 50th year of Cougar football for Grayson County, and in 1975, it was the first varsity season for Grayson. We have that talk. He went on to have a great career afterwards as well. We'll have that as well. You'll be able to learn all about what Coach Caba has been up to since he left Grayson County. 31.7 on the clock. 3rd down and 2 for the Marshals. Handoff Weber, far side. He's got the first down, breaks a tackle inside the 30-yard line, and he steps out of bounds down to about the 28. Stop the clock, 26.9. Now, we saw, Logan Parker has a boot, the kicker. I'm not sure if they would consider throwing him out there for a long field goal. I'm sure that the Marshals are thinking touchdown. 6 yards on the run. Placed on the Grayson County 28-yard line, 1st down and 10 for Marshall County. Far hash. Tight ends shift from the left side of the line to the right side of the line. High snap, sweep play near side of the field, turning upfield, penalty flag thrown. Tackled by a host of defenders. This one, will come back, I believe, because of a hold. And it is holding called against the Marshals. Called there by our head official for today's game, Mike Moritz. 21 seconds left here in the half. That's going to move the ball, if you're Grayson County, in the right direction. Let's see where they'll move it back. The flag was thrown pretty much at the right line of scrimmage, so it should turn into be back to the 38-yard line. And, nope, ended up being only a 9-yard penalty. Back to the 37. 1st down and about 9. Nope, now they're going to switch it to the 38. I was going to say, a 9-yard holding penalty when it was thrown at the line of scrimmage would be a little interesting. So it'll be 1st down and 20. 20 seconds and counting. The clock is rolling. I don't know that Marshall County knows that it is. They've got timeouts if they want to use it. And throwing the pass over the far side of the field, complete at the 35-yard line. Coming back here towards the near side, he's in bounds with 7 seconds. 6 seconds, timeout is called. Not great clock management for the Marshals. That's where your players need to know, get out of bounds. 1 or 2 yards isn't going to help you. Get to the 33, 5 yards on the pass completion from Jezik. 2nd down and about 15 or 16 will come up for Grayson County, 6.6. And this would be, a 51-yard field goal. Parker's got a heck of a leg. I don't know that he's got that kind of leg. Now, you could try a quick play. You've got one timeout, Marshall does, with 6.6 in the clock. You could try that. Try and get a couple of yards, making it a little bit more manageable, or they can just throw one to the end zone. In the second half, we will hopefully be joined by Roger Lush to join us for some color analyst duties. Second and long for the Marshals. 6.6 on the clock, 20-14. Grayson County will get the ball to start the second half, but Marshall County trying to punch another one in. Jezik to pass, throws over near the original line of scrimmage and going out of bounds with 2 seconds left as it was completed to Torin Redman. That makes it a little bit more manageable, and they are going to put Logan Parker out there to attempt what will turn out to be, as it'll get to the 26-yard line. This is about a 44-yard field goal for Logan Parker, 43 to be exact. If I'm Grayson, I put someone back. He's got a heck of a leg, but 43 is a boot. Let's see what happens here with 2 seconds left here in the half. Not a great snap. Parker gets it away. It is long enough, and it is good. A 43-yard field goal by Logan Parker makes it 23-14, and only half a second came off of the clock. That should have been the full time. Well, I don't really know why only half a second came off the clock, but I guess gives Grayson County a chance to do something. Unless they put more time on the clock in that break that I just didn't see. 23-14, Marshall County does now lead the game. Logan Parker knocks in a 43-yard field goal. And let's see if Grayson, I think, Brian Jones has said that he wanted to be careful using Jaron Van Meter, who's had the injury. Be interesting to see if they put him back here to return this one. Does not appear that will be the case. Hanjaw and Carroll will go back deep to return, and maybe you can get something to happen here. See if Marshall will go with my favorite thing in the world, the squib kick. Parker to kick. I'm sure he'll kick this as deep as he can and make Grayson County just take a knee. That's probably what I would do. And it is a booming kick. Carroll's going to watch it bounce over his head. Grayson County will come out, probably throw a knee down, and we'll head into halftime here of homecoming. I can't imagine that Grayson will do anything but take a knee here. Unless you run, the good old-fashioned fake knee or something like that, maybe. I don't know that Brian Jones has that in the playbook, though. He might. I don't know if this is the time to use it, though. Colby Chaffins was waiting in the huddle an awful long time. That could be a decoy, or that could mean that maybe Brian Jones is going to do something, and it looks like we're going into the kneel-down formation, and Marshall County will take the lead into the half. Well, maybe not. Chaffins gets it, throws the knee down, and that will take us to the half. Grayson County trails Marshall County 23-14. Halftime's next here on K105.
The governor has declared a state of emergency, and evacuation is now underway as the storm approaches. The National Weather Service has issued a warning as it monitors the storm. Moves the following counties their portion sequence.
Convoy of Hope is ready to help you prepare for the next storm. Visit convoy.org/prepare.
Look around your home, and there's probably something that was made right here in Litchfield. Leggett & Platt is a worldwide corporation making a wide range of products, including sofa sleeper and reclining hardware assemblies here at home. A portion of your Ashley, Lazy Boy, or England furniture might have been made by one of your neighbors. Join the Leggett and Platt team today. We're a one-shift operation with competitive wages. Our motto is, we work hard so you can rest easy. Leggett and Platt is an equal opportunity, affirmative action, veteran and disability employer.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim. Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
Cougar football on K105.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Cougars trail the Marshals at the half by a score of 23-14. Sam Gormley now joined here by our partner for the second half, Mr. Roger Lush. And Roger, I don't know how much of the game you got to watch. I know you had, as I said, you were kind of politicking a little bit, having to do a little bit of everything. But what'd you see, takeaways that you got to see?
I snuck away every once in a while. I wandered off from my detail, and I didn't like what I was seeing. Unfortunately, I think I may be bad luck, Sam. I saw all of their scores. I haven't seen our scores. So hopefully I'll be a little bit better luck up here in the booth.
20-14 is or 23-14, and I think for Grayson County in this first half, at least my takeaways is, again, you had a missed opportunity in the red zone. Last week, 2 of 5 in the red zone. Roger, you played, you've watched lots of football. That's the difference in a lot of these games.
It is.
And for Grayson County, they had that, and especially when it was off of a turnover.
Right.
And that's just, good teams take advantage of other teams' mistakes.
Right.
And they did the first time on the interception by Jaden Kinney. But I think the biggest thing is my takeaway here in this first half of play is that you're down by 9.
And they haven't looked good from the portions that I have seen. So hopefully Coach Jones could work some magic at halftime, and they come out here and jitters are worked out, and they're ready to play the way that we know, that we have seen them play.
Yeah, and I think that, this team, they probably thought they were going to come away with a win tonight. And when you do that, Marshall County probably thought the same thing when they were riding up here. They looked at Grayson County and they saw 4-7 last year, 5A school just like us. They had a close game last week against a team that struggled last year. They probably came up here, and I think that's been the difference in the game is that Marshall County has come in with a lot of confidence. They're playing that way.
You were setting up, and when I arrived, they were getting off the bus. And they were loose. They were. I looked at their size, and they didn't look any bigger than us, but they were loose. They were having a good time, and I thought, okay, this is a team they're certainly not scared of us, and I thought this is going to be a good game tonight.
Grayson County trails 23-14. Coming up on our halftime show, we are going to have a conversation, Roger, that I'm very excited about.
Right.
You and your association got to reach out to Coach Mick Caba, the first ever head coach of Grayson County High School, and set up him coming to an Alumni Association 50-year celebration banquet last night. And I know you would probably agree with me that I could have sat down and talked to Coach Caba for about 3 or 4 hours based on stories, not even just Grayson County stories, but just stories about football in general.
And seeing the book that he brought and the stats and the football. And by the way, he donated the football to us that you were mentioning. He did that, the original photo of the first team. He left that for us, and he left a couple of other pieces of memorabilia for us. So it was just exciting to get to finally meet the guy. Believe it or not, that was the first time I met him when he walked in on UNI. So great evening just to see him link back up with his team.
I know he said he hadn't been back to Grayson County since I think 1978.
Right.
And he said that the parking lot that is right behind where we're sitting right now that is where pretty much everyone that is in attendance today came and parked. That used to be the practice field.
Right.
And I know he told the story. He didn't tell it in what you're getting ready to listen to, but he said that the players had to sod the field. They had to mow down the corn back in the mid-'70s, and I love those stories.
Right. I've heard stories from some of the upperclassmen that there was, I don't know if you want to call it hazing, but there was something going on with the footballs winding up in the cornfield and stuff like that. So, I guess we'll never know.
We're going to waste no time. We're going to take a break, and we're going to hear that conversation with Coach Caba, learning all about those first couple of years of Grayson County football. Again, your score at the half, Marshall County leads Grayson 23-14. This is Cougar football on K105.
Are you ready to help your family get prepared for the unexpected? Here we go! Ladybug and Cat Noir know how important it is to be ready, because you never know when Hawkmoth is going to strike or a disaster will hit. And you don't need miraculous powers. Just put those planning skills you already have to good use. Make a plan that will help you and your family be ready when emergencies happen. Ready Kids can help. Get started at ready.gov/kids.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
I'm just wringing wet.
Welcome back to the halftime show here on K105. Sam Gormley joined now for another edition of Cougar Conversations by the first ever head coach of Grayson County football, Coach Mick Caba. Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. I want to take you back to 1973. A 23-year-old head coach of a new program tasked with building a program from completely scratch. What was that like?
The experience was surreal for my wife and I. She was 20 years old. We'd been married for 3 years by then, and we came out for the interview, met with the Board of Education members and the superintendent, and they gave us the tour, offered me a contract, and I said, I'd like to meet the head coach I'm going to work for before we get started. And I signed, and they said, you don't understand, you're our new head football coach, and you're going to start the program at the new high school. So it was a little overwhelming at 23 years old to begin with.
The 1975 season was the first varsity season for Grayson County football. I know you played in 1973. You had some games with each of the high schools, and then 74 you were JV. But that 75 season, you start off 0-3, win 4 straight. During that 4-game winning streak, how rewarding was that to kind of see the work you'd put in truly come to fruition?
Yes, it was extremely rewarding because the first year that we played at the new high school, 74, we were not in school yet. So we had kids from 3 different community high schools came together and played together, and for 4 weeks we were not in school. So we were really not able to bond together as a team, and that after we got in school, by the end of the season that year, you wouldn't have known what kid was from what school. They just became one, and that carried over into the 75 season. So I felt at that time we were ready to play varsity.
Terry Glasscock and Tim Wynn were both inducted into the Grayson County Football Hall of Fame a couple of weeks ago. Those are 2 guys that played for you When I mention those names, do you have any memories that come back?
Oh, yes, from both of them. Timmy Wim might have been the best athlete that I coached in many years of coaching college football. He could do just about anything he wanted to do. He could run, he could pass, he could catch. We just decided after a year at running back to move him to quarterback, and that's when we started winning games. And we had Billy McCubbin in that backfield as well, so we had two college class athletes that were playing for us right out of the gate. Now Terry was a born leader for us. The kids, when we got to the new high school, from the other two high schools, gravitated to Terry. He just had that personality, and he held our defense together. Even when we were struggling, you always saw that positivity from him. So it was fun coaching that group of kids.
After you left Grayson County, you went back to Michigan and had a long career college coaching. What was kind of your story post Grayson County?
Well, I had an opportunity to go back to Erie Mason High School, which was in the conference that I played in. So I got to coach against my old high school. But what happened in Michigan in the late 70s, what they were running into financial problems in their schools. So the school I was at actually dropped sports, and they also cut PE teachers. So I lost my job, and I could not find one. And so I walked into the office at Kalamazoo College and volunteered, and the coach said, "We don't take volunteers, but leave me your resume." And about 2 days later, I got a call from Coach Baker, and he said, "We got a place for you on our staff." And then that kind of just snowballed. We didn't expect to be in college. That was never our goal. But from there, I became a head coach at a junior college in Minnesota, and that's where really I felt most at home, coaching junior college athletes.
One of the things that when I was digging into your bio that really stood out going over and over again was offense and especially passing. I know your son broke a lot of records at McGoffin County High School. This is kind of a loaded question, but you're a football guy at heart. What makes a good offense?
Well, consistency, being able to maintain drives and get the ball to the end zone. We were not in a position when I got the junior college job to overpower people, and we actually started with two offensive guards in college that weighed 180 pounds. And which was not real unusual at that time, but they couldn't block for a running game the type of opponents we faced at that level. So we went to the passing game. We had a quarterback that threw 10 touchdowns in his high school career. He ended up throwing 5 in the very first game he played for us, and as I say, it just snowballed from there.
I mentioned your son, and he's now a coach at Montgomery County High School. You most recently coached at Georgetown in 2021. What are your days filled with now?
Watching the grandkids play. I've got a grandson. Our daughter Jamie, who was born here, her children, they live in Texas. Our oldest granddaughter, she's married, and we have a first great-grandson. And the middle child she has, Alex, he's a Division I baseball player at Alabama A&M. So we've been going down to Alabama to watch him play. And then the youngest one is into acting, so whenever she's in a play, we're driving to Texas to see her in the play. And then Michael's family, Jamin plays for him. He's going to be probably the best athlete of all in the family. And then Morgan, his oldest daughter, she is a sophomore and plays at Bellarmine in volleyball.
Now, we are here and recording this prior to the Alumni Association's banquet tonight, celebrating 50 years. When this airs, we will have already known how it goes, but what is this going to be like for you to meet some people that you probably haven't seen in 50 years?
Oh, I've just been thrilled about this happening, and the fact that Roger and the association put this together. I followed the Grayson County football through the years. It's kind of where my heart is. Followed most of the players that I could and tried to stay in touch with them, but the fact that we're going to actually be in a room together is very rewarding for me.
Coach, I appreciate you taking the time. I know that you will not be at the game that we are broadcasting right now. You're going to be watching your grandson play at Mason County for Montgomery County. Good luck to him. Good luck to you, and I know we'll look forward to seeing you again here very soon. Well, that'll wrap us up here for this Cougar Conversation segment. We'll take a break and have more in the halftime show after this.
my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1-8338-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, "I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim." Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Cougars of Grayson County trail 23-14 at the half. Sam Gormley and Roger Lush back here with you. And Roger, I very much enjoyed that conversation with Coach Caba. And I do want to make sure that we say, because I know that there have been some grumbling, during halftime of our games, if you haven't been outside today, it is, 135 degrees outside?
Right.
Our crew is out there working in the heat right now. We don't always show things at halftime because it gives them a break. It gives them the chance to go to the restroom. Or today, it's 100 degrees outside. It gives them a chance to take a breath.
Sure.
That's why we have pre-recorded interviews. And then if I'm being honest, Roger, I didn't do it today. It's usually used as a restroom break for me because I'm trapped. My crew can theoretically put their stuff down and run to the restroom really quick during the game. I'm trapped. I can't let the broadcast go. So that's why we don't show homecoming here tonight, because it is and plus, Coach Caba started this program.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. Totally agree with it. And I know it's not popular, especially during homecoming, but I got your back.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And to the people, as we say, sorry, but Coach Caba deserved that moment as well. Running down the scoring for the first half of play, Marshall County got it going. They started with a football and wasted no time, driving down a drive that took just about 6 minutes. It was a 1-yard touchdown run by Luke Nimmo. 2-point conversion. First time, Roger, that they'd gone for two since 2020.
Looked like they were running downhill.
And didn't get the 2-point conversion, though. 6-0. Grayson County gets it. 3 and out. Punts the ball away. Marshall County starts to move in the positive direction, but Jaden Kinney comes away with a big interception. 4 plays later, Grayson County runs one in from 9 yards out, and Grayson County took a 7-6 lead.
Yeah.
Marshall County, though, they wasted no time.
Yeah.
First play, 49-yard touchdown run by Luke Weber, and with 43.9 seconds left in the first quarter, they took a 13-7 lead. Grayson County got the ball back. 2 plays later, it was a 20-yard interception return by Luke Owen for Marshall County, and they ended up taking a 20-7 lead, and it did not look good for Grayson County. They get the ball, start to drive, forced to punt. They punt it. Marshall County muffs the punt. Grayson County gets the ball at the 29-yard line, drives all the way to the 12. Big penalty. Drives them back 5 yards. They go turnover on downs, miss out on points in the red zone off of a turnover. Marshall County then punts. Grayson County comes down. A 26-yard touchdown pass from Colby Chaffins to Jaron Van Meter. And it was 20-14. And Marshall County, the final drive of the first half, they drive all the way down and give Logan Parker a chance, 43 yards.
My goodness.
And it had been good for 50.
My goodness. I turned around to go back to the truck for the canned goods, and I thought, well, at least we held them. You know, let's go ahead and go in the second half. And all of a sudden I hear their side clapping, and I'm thinking, wow.
And that is how we have our score right now at 23-16. We'll take a break. Second half of Grayson and Marshall is next here on K105.
The governor has declared a state of emergency, and evacuation is now underway as the storm approaches. The National Weather Service has issued a warning as it monitors the storm. Move the following counties their fortune sequence.
Convoy of Hope is ready to help you prepare for the next storm. Visit convoy.org/prepare.
Here's a simple truth about higher education.
If pursuing your purpose, doing what you really care about matters.
If having a rewarding career matters.
If a better financial future for you and your family matters.
Then higher education matters. A brighter future is within your reach. Find out how at kyhigheredmatters.org. Brought to you by this station and the Kentucky Broadcasters Association.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, "I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim." Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
Cougar football on K105.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where it is a 23-14 lead for Marshall County at the half. Sam Gormley and Roger Lush back here with you. And Roger, Grayson County's going to get the ball to start the second half of play. You being the former football player, what's the message? What's this first drive need to look like?
I think we need to be in control. I think we need to have some positive yards. I'm not saying we need to score, but I think it needs to be positive. I don't think we need to go 3 and out to start the second half.
That would not be the way, and not what Coach Jones wanted at all. It seems like that far corner got a little darker. I'm not sure if it's just because we had the lights in here, and maybe I'm just losing my mind.
No,
did we have some lights? We did have some lights go out.
We sure did.
On that far side.
We sure
I was going to say, I thought it got a little dark in that far corner. And it's not dark enough to where we can't play, but there is only, I guess there's 8 bulbs on these, and there's only one lit up.
I see one.
I think we might need you to get up there and climb up there and tap it.
I'm sure Mr. Spirit is already thinking about that right now.
There's one man that doesn't need to be doing that. Yeah. It's him and then me, because I'd make it about 10 feet off the ground. And
he was the last one to leave last night, Sam.
That does not surprise me at all. Does not surprise me at all. And let's see what Grayson County does. And you never know, Marshall County, kicker's pretty talented. Do you try a little onside kick? Wow. Put this game right away? Are you aggressive?
Yeah, that may do it. They're feeling, you kind of see they've got a little pep in their step out there.
As they should. And I see Jason Kincaid, the athletic director for Grayson County, is going out and talking to the officials, I'm assuming, about the lights that are out. And I hope this doesn't delay us or what?
Marshall County seems to be out there, so.
I mean, it is dark in that far corner.
It is.
There's no question, but I don't think it is too dark to play. As Kincaid is out there right now. And let's see.
I think he just gave the okay.
Oh, now is he going to talk to Marshall County's coach maybe? And I'm sure Marshall County's coach is saying, we drove 2 hours, let's play this game.
Let's play half a field. We'll just go ahead and switch off every time.
Like backyard football.
That's it.
Looks like we're good to go.
Yes, Sam, I'd just like to see some positive yards.
Back deep to return for Grayson County, Mason Carroll, and looks like Hayden Hanshaw. Let's see what they can do. And, I mean, the kicker, Logan Parker, is giving Grayson County no opportunity to return a kick.
He's got a foot.
And let's see what Parker can do. Kicking from right to left now on your radio dial. There's 12 minutes on the clock. 23-14, Marshall County has the lead. And, well, now we're going to talk it over, and are we going to – I don't know what we're going to do here.
We're going to flip the field. We're going to make sure we stay in the lights, Sam. I said it. Hey, let's just go ahead. Hey. Backyard football.
And you know what? I don't blame them.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm sure both coaches – I mean, it really doesn't matter. It's not like there's a fan, crazy student section in one end zone or something.
Right.
And I think both these coaches are probably saying, let's play ball. I don't know Steve Etheridge, the head coach at Marshall County, but knowing what I know about Brian Jones, he's just saying, come on, let's go. And probably these kids are saying, I just want to play some football.
Just want to hit somebody.
They just don't want to be hit. Some do, though.
Yeah.
I'm sure you don't want to be hit again. You don't want to feel that Saturday morning again.
No.
So one light is out here at Grayson, but that light banister has one bulb still lit.
Yeah. I caught that in the corner of my eye, but I wasn't sure what was going on.
Well, we're still waiting here to kick off. I guess they're going to have to hold it because the wind blew it over. I guess, has the wind picked up? You were just out there.
I was out there and we had a little lightning coming over the school. So I was like, what's going on here?
Don't say the L word.
Well, yeah.
Don't say the L word. I got yelled at one time at a soccer game because I said the L word and then the game got canceled.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought, what did I just see?
Parker
here
kick.
We go.
And it is a booming kick again, and Grayson County's not going to get an opportunity as it goes out of bounds, but it was out of bounds in the end zone.
Yes.
Cougars going to get the football placed at the 20-yard line, 12 minutes to play, and that's pretty much where they started every drive that they had when Marshall County kicked off. 23-14, the Marshals have the lead. And I think here, you don't have to get a touchdown in this drive.
No.
But
whole lot of game left.
The defense, if you don't score, is going to feel their backs against the wall because you can't allow another touchdown to Marshall because then things get very interesting. The wind has very much picked up now that I look. You can see the trees beyond the Marshall County
I just
fans.
caught that as well. You're right.
And I'm a little worried about that because there have been some call for some potential thunderstorms. And that is the last thing we want in this one.
But I thought it was going to stay away from us.
And the wind is blowing right in Grayson County's face. So that will affect the passing game because it is blowing, and it is really picked up here on the field. You can see a flag that is blowing.
You sure can.
And it'll be Chaffins in the shotgun formation, 2 wide receivers on each side. It'll be a handoff, Hanshaw, and he's immediately met and swallowed up by the defensive line. Coming in there, first man to make the hit was Nathan Knight, the sophomore for Marshall County, and that is not the start Grayson County wanted.
No, didn't fool anybody there.
As it'll be a loss of 3 yards, 23-14. Marshall County has the lead about 20 seconds in. Wind is really picked up. I'm not sure if we'll...
I just heard a fan say something about that L word you told me not to say,
we
Sam.
We don't need that L word to have an impact because that's a 30-minute delay, and that's when we got to get creative.
Sam, you know I'm old. You know I have a certain bed time.
Well,
Sam.
Marshall County definitely does too. They got the 2-hour drive home. Chaffins in the gun. Hanshaw shifts from his right side to his left side. They're going to kept by Chaffins right up the middle. Breaks a tackle, lowers the shoulder, gets down across the 25-yard line up near the 25. Read option play works to perfection for Chaffins. It's a pickup of 8 yards, and it'll bring up 3rd down and about 5. And that's a really good run there by Colby Chaffins to make sure that you just turned what was going to potentially be 3rd down and long into 3rd down and very manageable.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was as tall and big until yesterday when he walked into the room.
He is, we were talking about it on our morning show, trying to figure out the last time Grayson County got a quarterback that was over 6'3".
Yeah.
And he very well could be one of the first. In the gun,
not expecting it.
Goes Chaffins. 2 wide receivers on each side. 3rd down and 5. Faking the handoff. Chaffins keeps it himself. Big hole right side. Bounce it outside the numbers across the 35. Space to work across the 40-yard line. First down, Cougars.
We got a flag, Sam.
Flag comes in. And I didn't see where it came down. Is it behind the play? And there is an injury, but it looks like it's a cramp on the far side of the field. They're going to blow the play dead for an injury timeout, but it is just a cramp. And Scott Ballman is going to run over and check out. I haven't seen was it a piece of paper or was it a flag?
It may be. Maybe, Sam.
Maybe it was just a piece of
Yeah,
paper.
he just picked it up right now.
44-yard line. That's a 19-yard run there for Colby Chaffins. The cramp was Grayson Chaffins.
Did you see that little stiff arm he threw there at the end?
It is.
Yeah.
And Colby I described him last week as he's like a Joe Burrow as far as athleticism, if you're an NFL fan, meaning that he's not Lamar Jackson where he's going to be out there beating you with his wheels, but he's not Tom Brady back there where you know he's not going to run. He's sneaky quick.
Sam, we know you're a big Cincinnati Bengals fan. Is that the only quarterback you know now? I
Yes,
mean,
it's the only quarterback that matters. It's the only quarterback
Okay,
that matters.
all right.
I have to give at least one Bengals reference.
Yes.
And since no one was here to hear it in the first half, I had to make sure I did it.
Yeah.
Hanshaw kept again by Chaffins, goes right up the middle. Read option working for Grayson. As going right up the middle is Chaffins, pick up about 2 yards, will bring up second down and 8. We did see a lot of read option in the first half, and it's working early.
It is.
And Van Meter is in the game. He's not been in the backfield on this drive yet, though.
You know, I talked to his dad last night, and he kind of gave me the thumbs up. You know, he was at practice and said he's going to be there, but you just never know about those injuries.
I know I asked Coach Jones before the game as well. I said, how is he? He said, he's good. I said, would he tell you if he wasn't? He said, probably not. Second down and
He's got
7.
that poker face.
Oh, yeah. A wide receiver on each side. Again, kept by Chaffins up the middle, and again carries it forward for about 3 yards. After the play, a couple of players getting into it. Weston Green, one of the offensive linemen, was blocking down the field. He got up, and Dylan Robinson, the junior for Marshall County, was right in his face.
Guess they're going to keep running it till they... Uh-oh.
And
is it a little on sportsmanship?
I think so. There was that little dust up at the end of the play.
Well, when he got up, he kind of pointed. Okay,
and it looks like Dylan Robinson's going to be called for that. We saw this a couple of times last week where Grayson County got the benefit of some unsportsmanlike conduct on Edmondson County. They were able to take advantage a couple of times too. And when you have mistakes like that, they've given you a window. Got to take it. Ball will be moved down to the 36. Into Marshall County territory, first down and 10 for Grayson.
All right.
Wind has died down a little bit. At least it was not as strong as it was when this drive began. And I'm not sure what happened there. It looks like a mistimed snap. The snap didn't come out. Everyone moved but the center. And
I think that's on us.
That's not what you want. Moving in the wrong direction is Grayson after a penalty. Pushed it the right way.
Don't you know that's just driving Coach Jones crazy right now?
He's probably ripping the hair out of his beard.
Does look a little shorter.
It does. He trimmed it up. Usually gets longer as the season goes along. I know he says that, if you're on a winning streak, you can't shave it.
Yeah.
Can't shave it. 8.5 left in third quarter of play, 23-14. Grayson County trails Marshall County. Cougars are driving first down and 15. Chaffins kind of bobbled the snap, gives it to Hanshaw, has a blocker across the near side, hits the hole, crosses the 40-yard line. Penalty flag comes in, and I think this is going to be a hold called on Grayson. I think Winston Woosley coming around the edge got a little bit too much of the jersey.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And we'll see officially what the penalty is, but Grayson County's moving backwards.
Yeah, you can tell by the way they're acting.
And after the penalty helped out Grayson, they're pretty much back in the position they were in anyways. Not helping themselves out at all with 8:22 left in this third quarter. To the 49. That's back in Grayson County territory. First down and about 25, I believe, if I could do math.
You can still see that wind blowing.
Wide receivers on each side. Chaffins looks like he's setting up to pass. Throws down the seam to
He's
Van
open,
Meter.
he's open,
Caught.
yes.
First down, Grayson County. Down to the 25-yard line.
Go.
Hit that seam. Van Meter quick and small, but he has a big gain for Grayson. One of their biggest plays yardage-wise of the season. Officially, the ball looks like it is going to be placed to the 23-yard line.
Looked like the defender was banged up a little bit when he got up as well.
28 yards on the completion from Chaffins to Van Meter. 8 minutes left here in the third quarter. 2 wide receivers on each side. Chaffins in the gun. Handoff Hanshaw up the middle. Splits the tackles and gets down to about the 20-yard line. That run, it's one thing we got about our vantage point. It's not a great one, but on that play, we had a perfect one to see him kind of split in between the guard and the tackle. Actually, he's only going to get about 2 yards to the 21. Grayson Chaffins appears to be okay, too. He's running back towards, after having a cramp. It appeared to be a cramp, at least, just a few moments ago. 2 on each side of Chaffins. The quarterback, he will pass, steps up in the pocket, loops down the near side to Van Meter. It's incomplete. Little bit thrown behind him. He tried to turn and couldn't make the play.
He was open. He had some space.
3rd down and about 7 will come up for Grayson. 7:05 left here in the third quarter.
I do think that defenders, he's a little gimpy right now. They may go right back to the same.
And hopefully upstairs, a coach has noticed that.
Yeah.
To say, hey, Van Meter's getting to him. Van Meter's going to go in the slot this time. Kinney and Carroll to the right side. Grayson Chaffins, and Van Meter down here to the near side. 3rd down and about 7 for Grayson. Chaffins gets a good block from Hanshaw. He's going to scramble right up the middle inside the 20. Lowers the shoulder, gets down to the 15. That looks like it's enough for a first down.
Boy, he lowered that shoulder, didn't he?
And I loved the block pickup by Caden Hanshaw as running back in the backfield.
That was nice.
He did not get the first down, though. I thought he did. It's going to be about 4th and... That's not a great spot. He only gets to the 15, 4th down, and about 1.5. I think this is where you put your big boys in.
I think there's no doubt.
And you say, our guys are bigger than your guys.
let's
see who gets it. You've been hitting the weight room all offseason for plays like this. 4th down and about 1.5 for Grayson.
Does he try to draw him off sides?
Drake joins as a blocker in the backfield. Chaffins under center. It's going to be a handoff. Van Meter runs right behind him. First down and more.
There you go. He's got it.
Inside the 5. Touchdown, Cougars.
There we go.
Van Meter's 3rd rushing touchdown of the game, and Grayson County's back in it with 6:07 to play in the third quarter. I love it. He ran behind his big guys.
Did. Hid behind him.
And listen, I talk about this almost every game Van Meter plays in. He's shorter in stature.
If they see him.
It works. Use your size to your advantage.
He was building up steam, too, as he was running.
Here comes the kick from Lane Beasley. With 6:07 left here in the third quarter of play. Beasley's looked good on his extra points. Good snap, good hold, and it's blocked by Marshall County. I'll take that one on my back as the announcer's jinx. We'll take a break. 23-20. Marshall County has the lead. 6:07 to play in the third. It's Cougar football on K105.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
Grayson County trails Marshall County 23-20 here with 6:01 left in the third quarter of play. Jaron Van Meter just had his 3rd touchdown of the game, and now Jason Kincaid is meeting with the Marshall County head coach, and the wind has really picked up. It's blowing the smoke, and are we going to go under a delay potentially? It looks like we might. The teams are clearing the field,
yes,
and in fact, I didn't even notice that Grayson County's team has left the field.
Well, I didn't either. I was checking out some stats.
Well, that makes things very interesting on our
Well,
end here, Roger.
Sam, I can talk all day.
We're going to try and see here as we're going to make sure that our crew comes into the press box here. And they are going to clear the stadium.
I think that's my fault, huh, Sam?
Listen, we have had only one other lightning delay here. And you know what the bad part is that all week I've had a reminder to create a graphic saying rain delay. And all week I looked at it and I'm like, it's going to be 95 and sunny.
Yeah.
I don't need to make that. And you know what? Of course, it comes in there. So they are going to take a lightning delay. So because of that, Roger, we are probably going to go to some music if you're listening on K105.
There we go.
Then we don't have to sit here and talk for 30
there
minutes.
We
because
go.
I'm sure as much as people would love to hear us, that's a long time. That's a long time of talking. So what we'll do is if you're watching on K105 Digital Productions, we are going to make sure that you will stay here. We're just going to have a wide camera for you, and we're going to try to put some message on the screen that says lightning delay. But if you're listening on the radio, we are going to go to some music, and we'll hope to come back a little bit later on. Again, your score here is 23-20, 6:07 to play in the third quarter. Marshall County leads. We'll take a break and hopefully come back to update you soon, as this is Cougar Football on K105.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1-833-8-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
Some days are just better than others.
I think you should go talk to someone.
It's not that easy.
Have you been thinking about suicide? You can talk to me, Dad.
It's been a tough couple of months.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where Sam Gormley and Roger Lush with you. As it is now, we're going to cut to our main camera. The players are back on the field, and Roger, monsoon?
Monsoon.
It is really, really raining right now at Grayson County High School. This is one
Raining
of the hardest rains
Sam.
that I've seen. Now, the best part about this is that there is no lightning with it.
There's no what?
Yeah, I'm allowed to say it now since it's already happened. And you got to give, you know what? Let's give a huge shout out right now to one Eli Smith. He's our camera operator. He's trying to save one of our cameras right now and is just getting abused right now.
Yes, he is.
And it is really raining right now here at Grayson County High School. But the players are back on the field.
They're back.
And so what we'll do is we just got to give you a little recap of what we might have missed. It is a 23-20, Grayson County trails Marshall County, 6:07 left here in the game. Marshall County will get the ball. Grayson County will be kicking off. And it is really coming down on the field right now. And now this will be interesting to see how this impacts the game.
Yeah, it's a different game now. Who has the better running game?
They are going to take the field here.
Wow.
And we will try to do the best that we can. And I'm sure Brian Jones is upset because he's thinking it's the first home game of the season and we're going to mess it up here because we're only playing a muddy game. But you better believe that these players are kind of excited about this. There's something about playing in a mud bowl, right?
Once you get wet, you're wet, Sam.
Did you play in your playing? Did you play any that come to memory? Any rain games?
I can remember we had a bad fog game that you couldn't see the opposite side of the field. I think that was McLean County. But I can't remember any rain, to tell you the truth.
Well, it is really coming down right now.
The fans are here. Look at it.
The fans are leaving. So Grayson County's going to kick off, and we're back to playing. And it'll be Lane Beasley to kick, and it's not an onside kick, but it ends up going 0 yards.
Wow.
I think Lane might have tripped and slipped when he tried to kick it, and that didn't go 10 yards. So Marshall County's going to. They can decide whether he wants to re-kick it or take the ball at the 40. I'm assuming they're going to take the ball at the 40.
Wow.
This game will be very interesting to see. I talked with Brian Jones in the open is, which team battles the heat the best. It's not hot anymore. It's going to be which team deals with the rain. Marshall County's going to get the ball at the Grayson County 40-yard line. Sam Gormley and Roger Lush here with you on the call.
Wonder what they're okay. Thought they were discussing something, but
I'm not sure really what they're discussing, but I think the teams are saying, hey, we're getting soaking wet now.
Wow.
Well, they're going to push the ball 5 yards further. So it'll be at the 35-yard line for Marshall County of Grayson County. We're back to action, though. That's what matters the most. And it'll be 1st down and 10 for the Marshals, placed in the Grayson County 35-yard line. It'll be the pistol formation for Jezik, the quarterback. It'll be pitched down here to the near side of the field to Dunnigan. Dunnigan turns upfield at the 30-yard line, carries a couple of tacklers with him, continues to move the legs down inside the 25-yard line, down to about the 20. About a 15-yard pickup by Dunnigan. And that's not what you wanted for Grayson. And you can tell just on the track right now, there's some kids who are making puddles and stomping in them. It is very wet out there, and that field is only going to get wetter as the game goes along. Two wide receivers trot out to the left side of the field. It is going to be Redmond and Holland to the left side. You better believe, though, Marshall County's probably going to keep the ball on the ground. It'll be to Dunnigan again, right up the middle.
There you go. There you go.
He's hit low. Great tackle by Matthew Phillips. And it'll be a pickup of about 1 yard on the play. 2nd down and about 9 will come up. Dunnigan is a big dude.
He
running.
is.
And listed on the roster at 6'1", 195. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's more than 195.
Yeah.
And Matthew Phillips did exactly what you're supposed to do there against a big running back is
Get low.
Go low on him.
Go low.
I'm sure Kevin Embry, when he goes back and watches the film, is really going to like that. See, one of the offensive linemen has thrown his towel away. He says, I'm done with it. It's already soaking wet.
That's not a rally towel that we gave away, is it, Sam?
Down here to the near side. Sweet play. Big hit coming in. Mason Carroll makes a big one.
Did you see that?
It was a sweet play down here to the near side to Kason Holland, the sophomore. Mason Carroll laid the boom.
Did you see how he played off the one blocker?
Perfect. It'll be a loss of 3 yards back to the 23.
There you go.
Third down and what about 12? We're going to say here for Marshall County. 4.5 left here in the third quarter. Marshall County leads 23-20. Jezik in the gun. Looks like it is Ethan Weber to his right. One wide receiver down here to the near side. Ball placed on the near hash. Jezik will pass. Steps up, throwing near side, and it is incomplete. They were hand fighting all the way, and I liked the no call. It was both players going at it. Mason Carroll threw his hands up into the air, and it was a great job by the safety. I think Grayson Chaffins coming in to make sure that play was going to be very hard. And for most teams, 4th down and 12 at the 22-yard line would be what I would classify as no man's land. But when you have good old Logan Parker.
Got that leg.
But the rain does put a little wrinkle in it. This will be a 40-yard field goal. Parker has already made one from 43. The holder is going to be Gavin Clark, the senior. 40-yard field goal. Low snap. It's not long enough. It doesn't get there. The kick is no good.
All right, here we go. Look at that. That team's pumped up, Sam.
And that's what you want.
Here we go.
Uncle Mo, I talk about it every week. Momentum is a dangerous thing, and momentum is wearing orange and blue right now. Grayson County's going to get the ball placed on the 23-yard line. They're down by 3, 4:11 left here in the third quarter. Another thing here, Roger, that I was meaning to mention when we came back, but I had a little bit of issues bringing back our radio coverage, is Marshall County's locker room is a lot smaller.
It is.
In fact, I'm not even sure now that I'm thinking about it that we are on the radio. I'm going to have to figure that out here. And it's a big run up the middle.
There we
Breaking
go.
a tackle, continue to run is Ethan Mudd. He's across the 45-yard line, gets up to the 50.
Hold on to that football.
Or was it actually was Chaffins rather on the run? He goes up and picks up 27 yards. We'll try to see if this brings back. There's our radio coverage. We apologize for that. Marshall County drove down the field, missed a field goal. We're back, though. Grayson County has it placed on the 50-yard line. 3:48 left to play here in the third quarter. Cougars have it 1st down and 10. There was just a big 27-yard scramble by Colby Chaffins.
Little momentum, Sam.
2 wide receivers on each side. Chaffins in the gun. Looks like Hanshaw to his left, the freshman. Handoff up the middle to Hanshaw. He's
got a hole. He's got a hole. Here he goes.
45-40. Outside the numbers to the 35, and he's brought down from behind. Big run for Caden Hanshaw as he carries it down to about the 34-yard line, 16 yards, and keep on moving those chains.
I like the way he cut it to the outside there.
And the best thing, and we talked about this last week with Kaler, is that Hanshaw, for being a freshman, is very patient. And that, as a running back, I think is what takes you from good to great. Because the hole might not be there right away.
Sam, that's just like one of your old Cincinnati Bengals enemy, old Franco Harris. He used to follow this blockers.
And now the snap is bad. Colby Chaffins smartly just falls on it. And that's going to be a hit.
Yeah, come on.
That should be a personal foul. Brian Jones is
Brian's
high.
going crazy.
And that should be. That's a bad call. That is a bad no call by the head official. It happened right in front of him. And I don't usually like to say that.
He was on the ground, had the ball. He was down.
And Jones is going to let it happen, but I like what Colby did there. There were a couple of times last week where he tried to pick it up.
Tried to pick it up, I remember.
Fall on.
He did.
It's even more so when it's raining. Loss of 10 yards, though. And that's where this rain is going to have a factor. The rain has slowed. And we just had something over to the left side. It sounded like a balloon pop or a firework or something. In the gun. All alone, I believe, is Colby. No, actually, he does have Hanshaw by him. Sweep near side. No. Hanshaw tackled from behind. Big hit. Coming in there was Buckmeyer. And brings him for a loss. And what this drive looked like, it was looking real good. Cougars are going in the wrong direction. They trail by 3 points. 2 minutes left here in the third quarter. It's 23-20 Marshall County. Third down and a country mile. What are you drawing here, Roger?
You know, I think they're going to play it safe. and I think they're going to play field position. They got a little momentum.
Maybe a
closest
screen
the game's been.
Because you don't want to
make
and we're going to have a timeout here called by Brian Jones.
I think Colby's keeping it.
With 1:32 left. And, Roger, we do want to make sure that we mention, and we have to show some pictures here from your event last night. We talked about it a little bit, but it was a great event that your crew put together. We have some pictures here if you're watching on K105 Digital Productions from that event. I stole some of yours. You see here, if you're watching with us, there's Judge Henderson. You've got a table there. There's Coach Embry in there as well. It was a really good night. I don't know who that guy is in there. I don't know how that picture got in. Football players were there. Coach Mick Caba was there, and I could tell that it really meant a lot to him that he was given a key to the city, a coin to the county, and it was named Mick Caba Day yesterday.
Yeah, the proclamation. It was neat to see him just bond and get together with his teammates. But what I liked is, the current team was there. They showed up. They supported this. Of course, Brian and all of his assistant coaches. And just to see the beginning and to where it's right now, 200-plus people in attendance, raised a lot of great money for the program. I just thought it was a great evening.
Couldn't agree more. Third down and a country mile for Grayson County.
Sam, I think Colby's keeping it.
Chafin's in the gun. Hanshaw
lines
up to his right, but he's about a yard behind him to his right. Pair of wide receivers on each side. Chafin's will pass, steps up, lets it fly down the near side, looking for Van Meter towards the sideline. He makes the catch, but he's out of bounds, and he dropped it anyway.
Yeah, he dropped it.
Tell you what, he almost just made an unbelievable catch. Yep. And now I think you got a punt if you're Grayson. And Lane Beasley is trotting out there to let it fly. That's a tough break after you had a great drive that started off.
Yeah, they had some good plays there, some good runs, some momentum. But I don't know, maybe we pin them back a little bit.
Beasley
Our
to punt.
Defense.
And Marshall County does not have a punt returner back.
No, they're coming.
Good punt for Beasley, straight into the air, spinning kick.
So we get a bounce.
And it is going to bounce, take a Grayson County bounce to the 30, and then just kind of dies there. It'll down at the 29-yard line, about an 18-yard punt for Lane Beasley. And with 1:17 left here in quarter number 3, Grayson County will give the ball to Marshall County. Marshall County has a 3-point advantage. Sam Gormley and Roger Lush with you here tonight. Roger, I appreciate you taking the time to join us.
No, thanks, Sam. Big dream of mine. Who knows? I may not go back to North Carolina after tonight.
Should Kaylor Decker be worried? Are you saying?
Well, he does have a better mustache than I do, so
he does.
I don't know.
He does have a better mustache. And maybe that's a requirement from here on out.
Maybe.
Marshall County has
didn't recognize him the other night.
1:17 left here in the third quarter. Handoff to Dunnigan across the far side, and he's wrapped up by Conrad Raymond. And a very late penalty flag comes in. Thrown by the backside official, and it's holding on Marshall County.
There we go. All right, Sam.
And if you're Grayson County, that's going in the right direction. But you do want to keep an eye on that clock.
Yeah, 1:12 left.
You're in the third quarter. Plenty of time left. But you don't want to get too you can never be too careful.
I just like the way the Cougars, what they're showing. They seem like a little bit more confident. Seem like they're more passionate.
Be first down and long for Marshall County. Jezik in the gun, running back to his left, fakes the handoff to him, throws a screen out to the far side. It's in and out of the hands, looking for Torrin Redmond. That's where that wet ball comes into impact. And I look out there, Roger. I guess the rain is still coming down a little bit, but is it still a sweeping rain or not?
No, Sam, I
can't tell looking in the lights. If it's, in fact, I look down in the puddles, you can see just very light rain is still falling. As this ball is going to be placed second down and 10 at the 21-yard line.
Let's just keep pushing them back. Second, 20?
47.4 on the clock here in quarter number 3. They again shift these tight ends. They've done that a lot on the lines.
Right,
pitch down here to the near side.
Turning that's holding on 33. Did you see that?
And it's coming up here to the 30 and bouncing outside the numbers and being shoved out of bounds at the 32-yard line, and a little slow to get up after the play for Grayson County. Behind it is Caden Hanshaw.
Well, he was held.
On the outside 33, if that's who it was, Kaysen Holland. 3rd down and 9, getting 11 yards on the run. I like it. You filled Kaler's role of getting after the officials.
Yeah,
I like it.
I mean, it was
Kaler let him have it.
I mean, I'm blind, Sam, and I saw that.
3rd down and 9 coming up here for Marshall County. Big play in the game. Handoff Dunnigan right up the middle. He's hit once, rolls through. He's short of the line, but this is going to be a very interesting decision as he gets to the 40-yard line. He needed 9. He got 8. 4th down and 1 for the Marshals.
Wow.
And that is the end of the third quarter. They're going to have the quarter to think about it, and so will we. We'll tell you about that coming up next. It is 23-20 after 3. This is Cougar Football on K105.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1-8338-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
I'm not here to fire you up. If you're not already fired up, you shouldn't be in this room. If this victory isn't worth all you have to give, then leave. But now, right now is your chance to be a part of a victory the world will remember forever. Victory over cancer. This victory isn't just happening. It isn't inevitable.
What does hope mean?
Now is our time.
Marshall County will have it 4th down and 1, and Roger, it looks like they're keeping the offense out on the field, and I don't blame them.
I don't know, Sam.
I think that they've run the ball well.
Yeah, they
Grayson
have.
County has not stopped them for really no gain much tonight. And they're going to go in the gun. Jezik, 4th down and 1 coming up. Let's see if they might even draw the Cougars off sides, and they do. They do. And that is an automatic 1st down. I don't know who it was that jumped. I think it was Weston Green in the middle. That
it was in the middle.
Is a brutal penalty called against Grayson because it gives Marshall County an automatic 1st down here without even taking any seconds off the clock. Or it might have been Matthew Phillips. He's checking out right now as Will Vincent came into the game. I'm not sure if that's the reason for the substitution or not. 23-20, Marshall County on top. 1st down and 10 for the Marshals. Shifting in motion from the far side to the near side. Pitch to the far side. Dunnigan turns upfield. He's at the 45, and he's slung out of bounds as he crosses that 50-yard line. Looks like he got about 5 or 6 on the run across the far side of the field. And I think, Roger, you can't allow Marshall County to get more than 3 here on this drive. And I don't know if...
Yeah, that penalty hurt.
That's one that you're going to circle and look back. There have been a couple big penalties called on both teams tonight. 2nd and 5. Placed at the 50-yard line. Marshall's trying to move into positive territory with about 11:20 left to go in the ball game. Jezik in the gun. Handoff right side to Weber. He's wrapped up across the right side of the line, but the second effort carries him near that 1st down marker, gains about 4. Looked like they hit him about after he picked up 2.
That pile kept moving, though, didn't it?
Those big boys, Brian Jones talked about it in the open, that he said that he thought this game would be won in the trenches. And I think the edge tonight has gone to Marshall County. And when you look up at that scoreboard, it says 23-20.
Yeah.
3rd down and 1. And you better believe this is 4-down territory. They might even take a shot here as the rain has slowed down. Clapp shifts in motion. Misdirection handoff right side, big hole. And 1st down, Marshall County down across the 40-yard line. It is Weber on the run. Luke Weber carries it up and gets down to about the 39-yard line. 5-yard pickup, 1st down, Marshall County. I don't like this feeling right now for Grayson County. 10.5 to go. The rain has stopped.
It's that word you like, Sam, that momentum. It's shifting.
And momentum, Grayson had their chance. Couldn't capitalize because of a big penalty. Handoff Dunnigan up the middle.
There you go.
Hit,
There you go. There you go.
backwards,
Nice.
Big play coming up the middle.
Knocked him back a yard
And
or
a
two.
late penalty flag comes in, thrown by the near side judge. I mean, that was extremely late. I'm not entirely sure as to what is it on the potential Grayson County sideline? That's the only thing I can think of. After the play, personal foul called against Grayson County.
Wow. I didn't see it.
And Brian Jones is letting somebody have it on the sideline. And it looks like it might be Mason Carroll. Mason Carroll was getting chewed out on the sideline, and he's still hearing it from Brian Jones. And
I can hear it up here.
If it was on Mason Carroll, that is not good. Because that moves the ball down to the 23-yard line with under 10 minutes to go. First down and 10 for the Marshals. Got to hold them to 3. Got to hold them to 3. Or even better, 0. Jezik. Again, they go that misdirection sweep, far side. Dunnigan hit,
there you go,
big
there
play
you go.
across the far side.
That's
And
not
it
a late
looks
hit,
like
was
coming
it?
in there to make the tackle across the far side of the field. I thought it was Hanshaw, but I don't think it was. It was Conrad Raymond. Big hit by Raymond
There you
across the
go.
far side of the field. And it's going to be no gain. 9.5 to go in the ball game.
That clock is becoming an enemy now, Sam.
And if you remember back on that last drive, Grayson County had to take a timeout. And those are like gold to coaches who are losing in close games. 2nd and 10. Into Dunnigan, right side, big hole. He breaks through it. Picks up about 6 as he goes down that right side, gets down near the 20-yard line, maybe down even to the 18 or the 19. About a 5-yard pickup for Dunnigan. 3rd down and 5. If you're Grayson, can't let him get anything here because they'll go for it. But then we've seen, the kicker, Parker, the rain, I think, impacted his last kick. I wouldn't put it past him to put one in from 50.
They've got him 3rd and 6, Sam. What are you seeing?
I think I'd keep giving it to Dunnigan. Grayson County's really not had an answer for him.
Big play here.
Shifting in motion. Handoff up the middle,
Come on,
sweeping
come
down
on,
near
come
the
on.
near side. Blocker
Missed
in front of him.
tackle. There we
Wrapped
go,
up,
there we
though.
go.
Braden Mudd came in. It's a pickup of about 2 or 3 on the run. Mudd stopped and came around. So did, it looks like maybe Mason Carroll back into the game, or Jaden Kinney, rather, came in and made the tackle. 4th down.
Here we go, Sam.
And about 2. This is the biggest play of the game right now.
This is it.
This is why you work out all summer long for plays like this. This is where you wish you had the crowd behind you. 4th down and about 2.
Does he try to pull him offside again?
I think I would. Marshall County, let's see what they do. They're leaving the offense out on the field. 4th down and short. Jezik in the gun. The running back is to his right. Shifting in motion. And we have penalty flag. And I think it's a false start on Marshall County.
We have some more players clapping. There we go.
False
There we
start
go.
on Marshall.
All right.
That'll push it back to the 20-yard line. And now that
interesting.
That makes things interesting. Pushes it back to the 20-yard line.
Fourth and 7.
4th down and 7. And see, really, if you're, a field goal helps you, but Grayson County's not going to kick a field goal. So I don't know really that it helps you that much because it makes it 6 instead of 7. And they're going to leave the offense out on the field.
Here
Huge
we go,
play.
Sam.
4th down
Come
and
on,
about
big play.
7. Jezik on the pistol formation. Okay, the Grayson County defense, they're trying to hard count out there, and now here comes a timeout from Marshall.
All right.
And now I think they're probably going to try out Logan Parker. That false start, circle it. Because it very well could come back as one of those plays as we watch along the game. I want to invite you to make sure you join us next week as the Grayson County football team will host McLean County here at Grayson County High School. It's going to be a tough game. Cougars are really good. One of the top teams over in 3A. And the past 2 years that Grayson County's played them have been thrillers.
Right.
If you think back 2 years ago, the game played here. Kaylor Decker, just 200 passing yards and 200 rushing yards. Just casual day at the office for him. And then last year, Roger, you remember what happened?
I don't.
Overtime.
That's right.
Overtime, and the Cougars couldn't score in overtime in what has been, this is year 6 for me, across all sports, it's one of the best games I've ever called.
I do remember that.
And, Roger, you'll have to make a trip up maybe next year, plan it or something, to go to the game at McLean County. It's one of the best atmospheres. The cowbells.
I have played there, yeah.
You have played there. I'm not sure if the cowbells were a thing, but here we come. Here comes the kick. They're going to attempt a field goal. What are we looking at? About a 37-yarder from Logan Parker.
This guy's got the leg.
He's got the leg. He's 1 of 2 in the game. Good snap. Good hold. It looks like it's long enough, and it is good.
Wow.
Logan Parker puts it in. 7:37 to go. Grayson County trails by 6. It's Cougar football on K105.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools
trails the game 26-20, 7 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Sam Gormley and the Grayson County Football Hall of Famer, Roger Lush. I can throw that in there. You are a Hall of Famer.
Wow.
Now, do you make your friends at home call you that, the Hall of Famer?
My wife just looks at me and rolls her eyes. Like, yeah, lighten up.
Maybe Braylon one day can call you the Hall of Famer. Here comes the kick. Parker's put it in the end zone every single time. This one might not get there, and it will. That's a dangerous thing. Grayson County let it bounce, and it kind of died, and it does bounce a couple of yards into the end zone, and that is where Grayson County is going to get the football. They trail 26-20 in this game, 7 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Ball placed on their own 20-yard line. When you grow up playing football with your buddies or dreaming,
the drive.
This is what you dream of.
Saying we held them to 3. I mean, we were looking at their momentum that it could have been a lot worse. So here it is. Homecoming night, down by 6, have the ball. Who's going to be the hero, Sam?
And you better hope that the hero is wearing those brand new navy blue jerseys on the left side of your screen if you're a Grayson County fan.
Let's be smart.
2 wide receivers on each side. You've got Cornwell down here to the near side as well, Van Meter. Faking the handoff. Chafin's running down here to the near side. Turns upfield. He dives forward. Gets about 4 yards on the scramble. Got a little extracurriculars on the far side of the field. And I like it from Weston Green.
He held his hands up. Not me. He's probably the one that started it, Sam.
And we have a whistle blown and an injury down here for Grayson County on the near side of the field. That's Kenton Cornwell.
Yes, it is.
Down, and Kenton was our offensive player of the game last week. It does look like a cramp. Roger, you'll have to help us pick the offensive player of the game afterwards. That is sponsored by one Sheriff Norman Chaffins, another Grayson County Hall of Famer, Football Hall of Famer. Am I correct in saying that? I believe he is.
You are correct.
We'll be sure to give out that. Kenton was our offensive player of the game last week. I think we got a leading contender so far, but a lot can change. Game-winning touchdown would mean a lot. Cornwell, he's a gamer. You better believe the minute he's able to go back in the game, he's going to be in there.
Yeah.
7-10 and counting to play in the contest. 26-20, Marshall County has it. Second down at about 7 for Grayson County, placed on their own 23-yard line. 2 wide receivers on each side. Left to right on your radio dial. Chaffins to pass, throws up the seam, looking for Van Meter, and he pulls it in!
Got it.
What a catch by Jaron Van Meter! Right up the middle. Did he pull it in or not? No. At the last second, it must have popped out. And you can tell.
Did the ground force that, or?
I guess. It looked like he pulled it in. And man, oh man. Knowing Jaron, he's going to be replaying that catch in his head over and over and over. It was a good throw, sometimes just doesn't work.
Yeah.
3rd and 7. This is a huge play here for Grayson. A pair of wide receivers on each side. Hanshaw, and we're going to have a false start called on the right tackle, Winston Woosley.
Yep.
And that, those penalties
kill you.
Are going to be something that I know when we talk to Brian Jones after the game that he will definitely mention. The fans, most of them have maybe joined us watching.
That's killer.
It'll be 3rd down and 12. What are you drawing up?
I think he's going to that same
little seam route right up the middle.
I think he's doing the same. That thing has worked a couple of times.
They got trips to the left side. One wide receiver to the near side. This is a new formation we haven't seen at all tonight. It's little bunch trips, kind of in the slot. Chaffins looks to the far side of the field. Hit as he throws up the middle, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, a little bit too high.
Intended for Mason Carroll over the middle. Chaffins was hit as he threw. And that will bring up 4th down, and you got a punt.
Yep, sure do. You got to see if your defense can get the ball back for you.
6:47, plenty of time. You got a pair of timeouts. And Jaron Van Meter looks at his sideline and says, come on, let's get ready. Here comes the kick from Beasley. It's a good one.
There we go.
There's no one back there. Can it take a Grayson bounce? Not a bad one. Continues to roll, and it's going to be down at the 44-yard line of Marshall County. Good punt there from Lane Beasley. Looking at about 36 yards. If I can do math correctly. There is a flag on the play, though. And it's thrown in a weird spot.
Yeah, it is.
Which makes me think it's on Marshall.
Let's go ahead and push him back.
And it looks like it is.
Looks like they're walking.
Maybe another hold on the gun.
There we go.
Block in the back was called. That'll push him back another 5 yards. So it should be back to the 39. Officials marking it off. Or they're going to say it's a 10-yarder. Back to the 34. Even better. 6:36 to go.
Sam, speaking of the Hall of Fame, you mentioned Norman. How about the brothers connection? How many brothers
are Hall of Famers?
Yeah.
For the Grayson County Hall of Fame?
Yeah. For the
is
football.
Norman's brother, is Mike a Hall of Famer? Mike's right?
Mike's Hall of Famer. That's one set.
There is another. Okay.
I think there's a couple more.
I was going to say, I'm not sure that I got it memorized quite like that.
You should have saw 2 of them last night. One gave the opening
prayer. Handoff and a sweep across the far side of the field. That's right. You do have the Clemens, and it's a sweep play, and it's brought down for no gain. Back to the 34. Can I say one that will be in? The Garys?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you had Wayne, also known as Cleet, and his brother Rick, who was a player with me, graduated with me, and then you have Danny and Scotty Clark.
That's right.
Yeah.
How could I forget about? In fact, Danny Clark might be playing in a game right now, but usually he pops in if he can.
He does.
Into the comment section.
You know, they beat the 3A state champions
Big win
a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
2nd down and 10 for Marshall County. They're letting this clock continue to roll. It's their best friend. They snap it before it. Handoff Dunnigan, right side, big hole, and he's got the first down, continues to move across the 45-yard line up to about the 48. Grayson County had it 2nd down and 10, and instead it turns into a 15-yard run by Dunnigan. Clock continues to roll. This defense has it's been a game they'd want to forget, but you can change how you feel about it if you can come away with a stop and pick up a win here.
I think Coach Emery's going to be looking at some games.
You also got to be careful. We've seen the kicker.
The kicker, yeah.
He can boot it, and that makes it a 2-possession game.
You get him in range.
Far hash placed on the 49-yard line. They give it to Dunnigan again across the right side. Blocker in front of him lowers the shoulder across the 50 down to about the 47. Gets about a 4-yard pickup, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
Do you notice how he just kind of slowly wanted to see how that was going to open up for him?
Dunnigan didn't have a great game last week. Average only about 2 yards a carry. He's had a great game tonight.
Yeah.
Had a pair of rushing touchdowns last week, but had about 13 carries for 27 yards. And tonight has been the difference in the ball game. In the gun, We'll go Jezik, the quarterback, second down at about 6. Low snap. Handoff Nimmo up the middle, lowers the shoulder, continues moving. He's still on his feet across the first down marker. Down inside the 40, inside the 35-yard line. Timeout, I believe, is going to be taken by Brian Jones with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And Marshall County picks up the first down to the 34. I guess it's not a timeout. I thought I saw Brian Jones call for a timeout.
And that clock is moving. And Sam, you're right. What you said earlier, they get in field goal range.
And honestly, they're in it probably. 51.
He's kicking at the next level.
Four minutes to go in the game. First down and 10 for Marshall County, placed at the 34-yard line. Handoff Nimmo, wrapped up from behind, but the forward progress gets him a couple of more yards.
Sure does.
Hanshaw came around the edge. He made that play last week, Hanshaw, and was able to stop it for a loss. This time, holds it to 2, which, considering what Marshall County's been doing on this drive, is not the worst thing in the world. Because keep holding them to 2, not picking up the first down. 3.5 to go in the game. Brian Jones has 2 timeouts remaining.
Yeah, I was going to say, when does he start? Does he start thinking about a timeout?
I think if you stop him here and make it 3rd and long, I think you're calling. At least I think I would. Wide receiver on each side. Jezik in the gun. Again to Dunnigan, right side run, and he's wrapped up. Pickup of about 2 yards, and right on cue, Brian Jones takes the timeout.
There we go.
3rd down and about 5 or 6 will come up here. Maybe 6 will be up for Marshall County. And I know if I'm the Marshals, I'm just going to keep on feeding the big boys. Sam Gormley and Roger Lush with you here on the call. Next week, Cougars host McLean County. Marshall County continues a 4-game road trip to start the year. They'll travel to Murray next week and then Callaway County on the 8th of September before their first home game on against Madisonville North Hopkins. 6 of their first 7 games this year, Roger, are on the road.
What did you like what their radio broadcast team was saying? They like having him on the road because their press box is
he's not great.
Yeah.
And
they like to play away. And you know that, don't you, Sam?
From experience, there is nothing worse than a small press box. And on days like today, there's nothing worse than a air condition.
I saw Dave Thompson earlier today, and I said, hey, Dave, have you had a chance to go up there and take a look at the press box? He says, no, I haven't. I said, they have air conditioning. He said, what? He said, those lightweights.
I'll admit it. I'm not sure if he's listening, but I'll admit it. I'm a lightweight. 3rd down and 6. Big play for Grayson County here. Marshall County needs to get the ball down to about the 24-yard line. They have it at the 30. Pitch to the far side of the field. It's Weber. Turns up. He's hit. He's dropped.
All right, here we go.
4th down and 3. And Brian Jones, is he going to take that last time out? Yes. I'll tell you what, Jones wasted about 5 or 7 seconds deciding. With 2:55 to go, he takes that final timeout. And Marshall County is a very interesting decision to make. It's placed at the 28-yard line. You're looking at a 45-yard field goal. You're 4th down and 3. Because here's the thing. 4th down, maybe 4. You go for it, you get the first down, game's over. For the most part. I mean, you'd be looking at giving Grayson County no time.
You go for it, you miss it, the clock's running.
You kick the field goal, it's a 2-possession game.
Yeah.
Kick the field goal, he misses it, Grayson County gets somewhat decent field position. It's a decision. If it were me, I think I'm kicking the field goal. I'm trying to make it a 2-possession game.
I agree with you. With his leg, he missed that one because of the weather conditions. I let him kick it.
He's hit from 37. Parker is also hit from 43. And the one from 43 was good from 50.
Was that the one that made it 23 to?
That was the one, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, right before the half.
Yeah.
And they're leaving the offense on the field as Marshall County. Wait for
go.
the hard count, though.
Yeah.
They've had it work once.
Yeah.
Jezik in the gun. Better believe that hard count is coming. And they're going to snap it. Jezik will pass over to the far side of the field. Complete. First down. Run a little curl route to Weber. First down. He does get shoved out of bounds, though. And that might do it. That is a chesty call for the Marshall County sideline to put the ball in the hands of Jesup.
You're not kidding. I think the Cougars looking for the hard count because they were off the line.
And I don't blame them.
Yeah.
And I like the curl route call. He knew where he needed to get to. Clock is running. I thought he got out of bounds, but I guess they are going to run the clock. And Grayson County's really going to get the ball with no time left. If they can get a stop. You need a turnover here. And broken tackle down here to the near side of the field. Down inside the 20. Grayson County can't stop the clock. Down to about the 18-yard line. On the run was Mamet.
We got 2 minutes left, Sam. We need a turnover.
26-20, and if you're Grayson, you better be ripping at that
Stripping
ball
and
like
ripping.
it is.
Yep.
Because that's the only way you're winning this game.
Yep. You got to start grabbing.
And if you're Marshall County, you got to wrap that ball up like it's your last meal. 2nd and 6. 26-20, Marshall County has the lead. They have the ball in the red zone. In the gun goes Jezik. Handoff Dunnigan, sweep right side. He's bottled up. Weston Green brings him down as he gets down to about the 19-yard line. That's no gain. 3rd down, here 1:15 to go. And doing the math, I don't know that Grayson County can get the ball back. In fact, it'll end up being a loss. I don't believe they can get the ball back, Roger. Brian Jones is taking his headset off, and that probably will do it. And you never know if the Marshals, if I'm them, I'd probably just throw a knee down here. And that's exactly what it... Nope, they are going to stay in the gun. Jezik is out there. Handoff Dunnigan, wrapped up. Continuing to carry the pile forward, gets down, and that is going to do it. 30 seconds and counting on the clock. Grayson County is going to drop to 1-1 on the season. Marshall County is going to pick up a big road victory. And this is a tough one for Grayson County to swallow. 4th down and 3. They won't need to snap it again. Final score tonight, Marshall County defeats Grayson County 26-20. We'll come back, take a 1-minute break, be back with more here on K105.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
The governor has declared a state of emergency, and evacuation is now underway as the storm approaches. The National Weather Service has issued a warning as it monitors the storm, including the following counties that are portion sequence.
Convoy of Hope is ready to help you prepare for the next storm. Visit convoy.org/prepare.
7540.
Cougar football on K105.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Cougars have fallen tonight to Marshall County by a final score of 26-20. We're going to wrap it up here. We're going to take a break and come back and wrap it all up after this. Again, your final score, Marshall County comes to Grayson County and picks up a 26-20 victory. This is Cougar football on K105.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, "I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim." Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1 833-8-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
Look around your home, and there's probably something that was made right here in Litchfield. Leggett & Platt is a worldwide corporation making a wide range of products, including sofa sleeper and reclining hardware assemblies here at home. A portion of your Ashley, Lazy Boy, or England furniture might have been made by one of your neighbors. Join the Leggett & Platt team today. We're a one-shift operation with competitive wages. Our motto is, we work hard so you can rest easy. Leggett & Platt is an equal opportunity, affirmative action, veteran and disability employer.
I'm not here to fire you up. If you're not already fired up, you shouldn't be in this room. If this victory isn't worth all you have to give, then leave. But now, right now is your chance to be a part of a victory the world will remember forever. Victory over cancer. This victory isn't just happening. It isn't inevitable.
What does hope mean?
Now is our time, your time. You may save someone you love.
Time is very precious.
Today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory. A victory that is there for the taking. Grab it. How was that?
Now that was a great halftime speech. Let's go win.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Here's a simple truth about higher education.
If pursuing your purpose, doing what you really care about matters.
If having a rewarding career matters.
If a better financial future for you and your family matters.
Then higher education matters. A brighter future is within your reach. Find out how at kyhigheredmatters.org. Brought to you by this station and the Kentucky Broadcasters Association.
Welcome back to Grayson County High School, where the Cougars have fallen to Marshall County tonight by a final score of 26-20. Sam Gormley and Roger Lush with you here tonight. And Roger, this is a tough one to swallow if you're wearing the orange and blue.
Yeah, I totally agree. A couple of penalties, a big leg with the other team, and yeah, tough one.
I think back a couple of years ago, Logan Raymer was the Cougars kicker,
Right.
and it was that same instance where he had a big leg, and that is a huge weapon. Jackson Kane, even the past couple of seasons, and Marshall County had, and I mean, Logan Parker, tip your cap, and he deserves all of the credit that he gets today. He had a great game, but also Dunnigan, the running back. I was talking with Coach Jones beforehand, and I said, you know, he seems like he's a hoss, and Jones said, yeah, absolutely, and he was the difference.
He's a big kid.
I think for Grayson County tonight, here's the most important thing, Roger, about this game. It doesn't matter, and what I mean by that is, it matters for RPI, but the only time that the RPI comes in is if you win 2 playoff games. And as I say, if Grayson County wins 2 playoff games and is playing for a regional championship, it doesn't matter who you play, because that's a heck of an accomplishment that has only happened, one prior time?
Right.
Do you know anything about that team, maybe? Maybe a memory or two from that team? So that's why, learn from this. You either lose or you learn. And that's life. And I know you very much appreciate the Coach Jones always during losses turns it into life lessons.
He does.
And you played football, and I'm sure you learned a lot from the game of life lessons.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the body language of some of the players. They were kicking themselves. They weren't kicking their teammates. They were kicking themselves. So I think they, like you said, they're going to learn from this, and hopefully it's going to help them out and help the team out in the next couple of games here, which are big.
Yes, and I mean, the next 2 games, McLean and Butler, listen, they're rivalry games, and I can tell, we can tell the kids that they don't matter. They do. They do to these kids, especially Butler County. You better believe that they don't want to lose to Butler County. But the games that actually matter are the 4 after that, where you got more Bullitt Central, North Bullitt, Seneca, because this goal for this Grayson County team is to host a home playoff game, something that's only happened 6 times prior. And to do that, these games mean nothing to that.
So learn, and let's get ready for the games that mean something. But let's fix some mistakes and learn from this.
Because it doesn't get any easier. McLean County next week, we'll talk a little bit with Coach Jones about that. It's a really good team. That is a really good team that has high expectations, that also has the taste of victory against Grayson County last year. They're confident coming in, and there is a difference between confidence and overconfidence.
Right.
And I don't want to say Grayson County was overconfident in this game. Maybe a couple were, but finding that balance is tough.
It is. Between confident and cocky. I don't know if I saw that. The body language was different in the second half when they started getting a little momentum. It wasn't there in the first half, especially that first drive that they were on defense.
And I think that, I have not seen a final score come in from the McLean County-Muhlenberg County game yet. They very well could have been dealing with what we were with some lightning. I haven't seen it come through just quite yet. We'll try to do some searching for it. But I can see Coach Jones getting ready to make his way up, so we'll take a couple more seconds before he comes and talks to us. And I know these conversations for him are never easy because he's as frustrated as those kids are because, as he says, it's on him when they lose.
I don't know how any coach after a loss can do this. I know you used to be the kind of the proxy back in, not him, but he used to be the proxy for Coach Smart back in the day. And, I don't know if that was just by design or Coach Smart's way of doing things, but I wouldn't want to do it.
We'll take a break. Talk to Coach Brian Jones after this. Grayson County loses to Marshall County 26-20. This is Cougar football on K105.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim. Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
When I found out my son was addicted to opiates, I didn't know where to turn. Now I know there's help, and you can call, whether you're a family member, a sibling, or the person with the addiction. And the number is 1-833-8-KY-HELP. Call for the resources. They're going to help you with compassion and care and the knowledge of what's available to get you the help you need.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
How do you define success? Is it in the mastery of skills, in teamwork, in responsibility and self-discipline? Is it found through communication or through problem solving, innovation? Is it in the inches of small victories that lead down miles of self-discovery to a destination where potential and purpose meet? Prepared and confident, Grayson County Schools. Success is what you make it.
K105.
Cougar football on K105.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where Grayson County falls tonight to Marshall County by a final score of 26-20. Roger and I are now joined by the head coach of the Cougars, head coach Brian Jones. And Coach, this this game has to hurt, and I know that the old saying is, and Roger and I were talking about it, is that you got a couple of things with this game. Is that in the long run, this game means nothing, and then you either lose or you learn. What do you want your kids to learn from this game?
First off, I thought they responded well coming out of halftime. I don't think we played exceptionally well in the first half. We were able to just give up a field goal there late to make it 20-14 going into the half, and I thought we answered the bell coming out, going on an 80-yard drive with a score. And then, again, more kind of crazy weather, and we go on a delay, and I felt like we came out of the delay and played well. And, a couple of things I want them to learn. One, you got to play for 48 minutes. We dug ourselves a hole and got behind and we're, scratching and clawing and fighting, and I thought we did a pretty good job of that. Two, we've got to be better in situational football. It's 4th and 4, and we jump off sides and give them a first down. It's going to be 3rd and 15, we get a personal foul, give them a first down. It's 4th and 4, we give up a 5-yard hitch because we're playing 7 yards off the ball. So in situations, we've got to be better. Several times in that drive that they ended in there, we had an opportunity to get the ball back with plenty of time, and we just kept letting them extend it. And it wasn't particularly anything they did other than some mental mistakes on our part, extended the drive, and, we don't get an opportunity there. So that is, what I hope that we learn in those situations is, number one, start to finish, we've got to be, more sound. And number two, we've got to be better, late in the game and situations. Because on the flip side of that, if it would have been us with the ball and you jump off sides, well, the snap, it was one that came back there probably a little hotter than some of the others had earlier in the night. It's pouring rain, gets by us. We get behind the chains there as we're marching to take the lead. And it's raining. We're going into the wind. A lot of things from the weather standpoint that make it difficult for us to play behind the chains. I think we'll look back at this second half and be happy with a lot of things, but there's going to be 6 or 7 things that are going to really, really hurt when we watch it back on film.
Does it make things feel better? And I don't know if feel better is the right word, but all of those things you just mentioned are fixable.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing that feels good about a loss. We play competitive sports, and the absolute worst outcome is a loss. So, yes, it can be fixable. We showed moments in that second half, and that's what I told them there in the huddle. Is, guys, we have moments where it's like, here we go. We're starting to click. Everybody's pulling in the same direction, and, everybody's rowing the boat. And, we just that drive we had to start the second half, the 80 yards, when we were moving the ball, running the ball before we had the snap get by us, was picturesque. It was just awesome. And defensively, we come right out and stuff them, force them into a situation where they're, looking at 3rd and long. And, it was almost written as beautifully as it could have been written based on how we did the second half. And we just gave them a few opportunities to extend drives and ended up on the wrong end.
I thought Colby tonight had some really good moments. And what I think I might have been the most impressed with him is that it was your second drive or third drive of the game, or he throws a pick 6.
Yeah.
And I think the rest of the game, I don't think you could tell that in him, which I think for a quarterback making his second start has to make you feel good.
Yeah, I know. He's going to be a really nice player. He does some things really, really well. He's still learning. He's still very green. Being out last year, having Hunter Felty in front of him, who was tough as a pine knot and was going to play, probably half broken. He didn't get a lot of snaps, and so he's still learning, and we're still teaching him, with every mistake, and he's growing every day. He really is. Noah Bullock has been probably a phenomenal addition to the staff for him. If he's, if you can say one coach for one individual, him, because I think they communicate really well. He's able to kind of keep Colby level-headed after a mistake, really pumps him up after a good play. So I couldn't be more pleased to have him because he does a phenomenal job with him. And he has an understanding, being a former player here, while I was calling plays, he has an understanding what we're trying to do, what we're looking at, what some reads are, and how to, be better. And Colby's going to be just fine. He's going to have to do a little better running the ball. Now, he imposed some punishing runs, but I would rather him not do that, especially with his history and things like that. We're going to have to work on that. And so that he's not taking.
Tough for him.
Yeah, and I had a conversation with him today, and in this game, and he had gotten hit, made a throw, got hit, gets up, and he's kind of ooh and on. I said, listen, you're gonna have to change your body language. I said, every time somebody touches you, it can't look like this. I said, you've got to step into the huddle, and you've got to be stone cold. You've got to control it. You've got to own it. Everybody's got to feel like you are getting ready to make the play of the century. And, I felt like in the second half he did that, even after taking some big hits. But I think, again, he was delivering most of the hits in the second half when he was running. And the quarterback run game was good for us. So I was happy to see him respond in the way that he did. He couldn't have marched us down in that 80-yard drive coming out of halftime any better. Like I said, he's going to be a good one. And he's 6'2", 6'3". I mean, he's what you want in a quarterback. Now, I'd like to see him put on 25 pounds, but that'll come as he continues to mature and stays in the weight room and everything like that. But outside of the pick six, he played a really, really good ball game.
Next week, you've got a tough team, McLean County, who is, they are just as good as any team in this area. Last year, I was telling Roger, it was one of the better games that I've ever experienced. I know you all came up on the losing end, but if you were just a fan watching that football game, you got your $5 worth or however much you paid to get in. And then the year prior to that, you played them, and here Kaler puts on a show, goes for 200 and 200. Something about that matchup brings out the best in each of you. How do you use this next week to bring out the best going up against, I think an argument could be maybe the best team you play all year?
Yeah, they've got a tremendous athletically talented kid at quarterback, throws it well, runs it extremely well. And so, we're going to have to fix some of these mistakes. We keep preaching the same things. I feel like defensively, they do a lot of pulling guards and stuff that hurt us tonight. I feel like, the Marshall County lived on buck sweep and running that, what I call GH counter, where they're pulling the guard and their H back. And, that was really the only two run plays that they had success with, but they had a ton of it. We're going to see a lot of the same similar things next week against McLean. So we're going to have to be extremely diligent about focusing on reading guards, number one. Number two, taking on pullers. I feel like sometimes we avoid and we step out and it just creates a running alley. We've got to take that guy on. It's not always great when you're Kenton Cornwell that's 5'4", 145 pounds, or Jaron Van Meter, who's the same size, taking on a 220-pounder that's pulling around there. But you've got to do it. And we've been preaching about what are you willing to sacrifice for the greater good of the group. That's an example of being willing to step up there, and I'm going to take that guy on, and he may run me over, but he's not going to get to somebody else who may make the play. And so we're going to have to spend a lot of time on that this week, because I feel like we'll see some very similar things out of McLean. Offensively, they're different than, from the little bit I've seen, it looks like they're different defensively than what we've seen in the past. They've been an even front. Looks like they're a 3-3 stack team this year. So, we'll have to game plan for that too. And I'll just be 100% honest. If there's one defense I don't want to go against, it's a 3-3 stack. I hate it. But if they're a true 3-3 stack team, there are some things that you can exploit. They typically don't like to get out of the stack, so unbalanced formations and some things like that could give them some problems. So we'll look at that this weekend when we watch the film. And and they've had a a little bit easier of a road. I'm assuming they probably won big tonight. They won big last week, where we've been fighting tooth and nail 2 weeks in a row. So maybe us being in these battles will pay off for us next week when we see them. That we'll be a little more battle tested than they probably have been.
Coach, I appreciate it. That's head coach Brian Jones. The fifth quarter show continues after this.
For the more than 1 million people living with Parkinson's disease, the Parkinson's Foundation celebrates movement at Moving Day. A movement toward life-saving resources. Movement toward advancing research and care. Movement toward a better life. We care. We fight. We move to beat Parkinson's. Move with us at movingdaywalk.org.
No matter what you're up against, we have your back.
We are United Way.
We are neighbors helping neighbors.
In communities around the world, when disaster strikes, we get you back on your feet.
We help children build brighter futures.
We've been here for over 135 years.
But now, our work is more important than ever.
Join us.
Join your neighbors.
Join United Way.
Are you looking for the best building materials in Litchfield? Look no further than Future Designs Building Materials. The builder's choice on Quarry Road has everything you need to build your dream home. Jim writes, "I'm so glad I came to Future Designs for my new roof. The staff was so helpful and knowledgeable, and they made sure I got the right materials for my needs. Thanks, Jim." Future Designs is more than just a building materials store. Future Designs Building Materials on Quarry Road in Litchfield. FDBM.net.
Building on experience.
Welcome back here to Grayson County High School, where the Cougars fall to Marshall County by a final score of 26-20. Sam Gormley and the Hall of Famer Roger Lush joining you back here. And Roger, we got a comment that wonders if it's past your bedtime. Is it?
It's long past my bedtime. Long. Remember, I'm still on fast time. I'm from Raleigh now, so whoo.
Well, we'll make sure that we wrap this up so you can get home and get to bed. I'm sure Braylon's there waiting for you as well, and Nana is there at home too. I'm sure waiting for you to get home. Because I know Braylon told me last night that I asked him who's in charge, and he said Nana. I said that's the right answer.
We know that Nana has the money, and Nana makes the rules.
Tonight, though, we have to make sure that we pick our offensive player of the game. That is sponsored by the Hall of Famer Sheriff Norman Chaffins, and usually I let Kaylor. Kaylor's not here tonight, so Roger, I'll throw it off to you. Who's your player of the game tonight?
Well, hey, I kind of flip-flopped a couple of times. I do like the way that Colby responded. He had the pick six, but I saw big improvement. He's young, injured all last year, so I like the way he kind of picked up his game. That 80-yard drive in the second half was great. But I got to go with number 6, man, Jaron Van Meter. I think
3 touchdowns tonight, and I think the biggest thing with Jaron too is there was a little question earlier in the week whether he'd be able to go. And
but I told you, his dad told me a couple days ago he's playing. So when I heard Dad say that, it wasn't a question with me.
And I know with Jaron too, as I talked with Coach Jones, we mentioned this. I think I told him, I said, is he good? And he said, yeah. I said, no, would he tell you if he wasn't? And I think I asked his dad that too, and he said, probably not. Probably not. But here's the thing. We touched on it with Coach Jones. This game means nothing in the long run. To the team, obviously it does. But the biggest thing about it is it can mean something, either good or bad, with how you respond this week. And I think that response is huge because, losses happen. They're inevitable. And even in that team that you all were very good, you lost a game in the regular season. Am I correct in saying that?
LaRue County. 9-1. 9-1. LaRue County.
And that game, I'm sure, and you all responded the next week, and that's the biggest thing. Yep. This team can still theoretically go 9-1.
You're right.
And does that game still eat at you 40 years later?
Oh, I think about it a lot. Yeah.
But do those 9 wins feel a whole lot better than that 1 loss?
Definitely, because it was, 82 team can brag all they want to, but that 80 team, I'll go against them anytime.
I appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate meeting your team and hanging out with you all a little bit. And next time you have a guest host, tell them what word they are not allowed to say.
The L word. No lightning said, because it was mentioned, and about 30 seconds later, and Principal Cox is blaming you.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you this, fans. I've had Sam's back all night. He gets a chance to go downstairs and see Principal Cox, and he tells her.
Well, she wanted to blame me at first, and I said, whoa.
My battle buddy up here left me out dry.
Well, see, for her, if it makes you feel better, she threw her husband under the bus as well during that. So I'm not sure if Adam Cox is watching tonight or not, but apparently he's out playing golf. So I was asking him for some questions or something like that. It is burning the midnight oil almost. It's 11:05. So second game of the season last year was also the late game because we were at Barron County. I think we left at 12:30, so my goal is to not do that tonight. Roger, I appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Appreciate it.
We invite you to join us next week. Grayson County will take on McLean County. 7 o'clock will be the start time of that game. 6:30 will be the locker room show right here on K105 and K105 Digital Productions. Jaron Van Meter finishes with 3 touchdowns in the game, 1 receiving, 2 rushing. He is our offensive player of the game, sponsored by Sheriff Norman Chaffins. To wrap up our coverage tonight, I want to thank the K105 Digital Productions crew for their hard work. Your camera operators were Eli Smith and Abby Howlett, and your director was Trey Cook. So for Roger Lush, on a night where Grayson County loses by a final score of 26-20 to Marshall County, this is Sam Gormley saying, so long, everyone.